This is a scout of the Crooked Creek Camp backpack slash hiking site here at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota in Pine County. And this is the largest state park in Minnesota.
All right, we are so back at St. Croix State Park, located in Hinckley, Minnesota, in Pine County, historic Hinckley, Minnesota. And we are beginning the 5-mile drive towards the headquarters. And when we reach there, we will take a left and head on over to the All-Season Trail Center. Now, our mission for today is to scout the Crooked Creek Camp backpack slash hiking site. And 2 weeks ago today, the exact hour, we were hiking towards the Bear Creek Camp, and we scouted that successfully. This park is so large, though, it's the largest state park in Minnesota, literally, that it wasn't practical for me to hike all the way over and check out the other backpack site. Well, I'm returning from a camp last night at J. Cook State Park, where also I did scout the 4 backpack sites there, and those are amazing, and I would recommend you check that video out when it comes out. I'm probably going to put this video out directly after the Bear Creek Camp scout video. Now, the sites show that there were not any reservations last night, so technically there should be nobody there by the time we arrive there in approximately 2 hours, 2.5 hours or so. However, I did notice that both of the 2 backpack sites that are at this state park were reserved or blocked out from reserving for tonight, and that reservation would start at 4 p.m. We should be well on our way out of the city at that point. So I'm thinking we'll be able to get in there and get a really good look, just like we did with Bear Creek. We'll show the hike into there. You see pretty much every square inch. Tens of thousands of pictures, all in all, and that will really help you prepare. And as far as hiking to backpack sites go at Minnesota state parks, these ones are kind of extreme as far as their distance from where you would park. Now, at the Bear Creek Camp, I did find some other potential parking spots that would shorten the hike, and you could potentially drop your gear off as well to lighten the load of your hike. But with this one, the Crooked Creek, it does not, I wasn't able to really find any other parking areas that would accomplish the same goal of shortening the load or dropping off gear or shortening the hike. There's a St. John's Landing area that I took a quick look at in the Bear Creek, towards the end of the Bear Creek Camp Scout, but it doesn't look like that's a place where you would be able to park feasibly. lot of gates there, and you kind of have to reserve the St. John's Landing area, it would seem. So from what I know now, the only way to park for Crooked Creek Camp backpack / hiking site here is in the all-season trail center. So we're going to start the hike off there, just like we did the Bear Creek Camp, but we're going to go in the opposite direction essentially. They're almost equal distance from the parking area at the trail center. It's about, it says 5 to 6 miles. So here's a trail right here. From the left is where you'd come from the trail center, and to the right is where you continue from parking to get to Bear Creek Camp. You'll see that in that video. And I do plan on time stamping all the prevalent moments throughout the video, because this is long form, because I want to show pretty much everything. So there's very little editing. And that being said, I appreciate your time, and thank you for being here. If this helps you in any way, please let me know. I really appreciate it. Or help someone else. Pay it forward if this has been helpful. And please forgive the direct sunlight and any potential smearing of bug guts on the windshield. The bugs have emerged this weekend, that's for sure. So I'm going to be pivoting to the bug washer fluid, the green bug washer fluid, probably for the next 4 months. Alright, so we are closing in on the park headquarters. There's a possibility Gina's there. And I learned in calling in these state parks and asking them questions, you don't always get the full story. There is additional details that they may not be privy to based on lack of experience. So keep that in mind. These scouts do provide additional information. So here, if we go straight, we would head towards the main campgrounds, but we're going to take a left, go towards the horse camp area, the group camp area, and the all-season trail center. And to get to the 3 aforementioned, we would take a left here. Just a side note, if you continue straight on that insanely graded road, you would head towards the St. John's Landing area, which I thought might be a potential backup parking area for this Crooked Creek Camp that we're going to scout today. But that did not look like it was practical. And the road we came in on is Minnesota 48. And I drove that down towards where the Crooked Creek Camp would be, right near it. The Crooked Creek Camp is right near 48. It's still within the state park, and it's right near private property as well. And you should not park on that side of that road. It'd be a really short hike in probably, but I would not recommend that at all. We might take a gander at that in the end here, but I do have some footage of that from 2 weeks ago when I was kind of taking a look over there. So I don't know if I'll use that or what I'll do yet. Just kind of freeballing at the moment a little bit. But I do have some plans here, so everything should be pretty straightforward. And on the hike in and the hike back, I'll probably spew some rhetoric and just provide additional information about things. Some things relevant to the park, some things relevant to life, some things completely irrelevant. So this is one area where you could turn for some parking, but you don't go to this one. You keep going straight. You'd see that on the map. Don't get too comfortable with the roads here. They're generally pretty good, but towards this trail center here, they can get a little bit crummy. Well, this looks like an RV park at this point. So we park to our right over here, and to our left is where the trail you would begin to take to get to the Bear Creek Camp. There should be another trail beyond the trail center, which is directly straight ahead. This road, it looks like they added dirt to this road, or they did something to it since I was here 2 weeks ago. This is really, I didn't expect this at all. I don't know why they're doing this. Based on what I was told, you park in here, the All-Season Trail Center. There's something going on here, so I don't like that. Just a side note, it's just going to trigger the motion detection on my dash cams when I'm not there, and I don't like to use up that much space if I don't have to, so that's why. Straight ahead is a vault toilet, which is a bit of a walk from the parking area here, but it's right there, so you might need to use that before you head out. It looks like they got picnic tables here and they're setting up for something. So I don't know if there's something going on here. They got booths set up. So it looks like there's something going on here. So now I'm getting a little concerned. But I'm just gonna park over here. I was gonna park in this area, but there's too much movement. I'm just gonna park over here. Basically where I parked last time. I'm just gonna park there. Does seem a little out of whack though, based on how they're laying this out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me figure this out. I'm gonna ask somebody some questions here, see what's going on. I'm gonna ask them some questions. Hey, what's going on here? You guys got something going on here today? So can people still park in this area here? Yeah, I think we're all in there. Excellent, thank you. Alright, so there's some kind of endurance ride thing going on, but I guess you can still park anywhere here. I'm not really part of the equestrian community, so I'm not really sure what the culture is with them socially. The guy was a little standoffish. Alright, so I guess I'll just park right here. Alright, so we're going to go straight and kind of towards the right, kind of past this little equestrian community here. But we're going to be boots on the ground on foot, so I'm going to fire up the dash, the body cam, and we're going to head out. It's going to get ready here, and we'll take off. So let's go. Okay, so here we are. We're heading out. There's a lot of horse action here. You know, the horses are doing a lot of neighing. I never noticed that. I'm never really around horses. Right there, the neighing. That would be disheartening if I was at a camp and I had to hear that. Alright, so the planned hike. Pulling on my notes here. It's right here.
round trip, just under 14 miles. So that's a little crazy. Shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. Try to tone down my jiggly items. Yeah, so we're gonna do a walk or a hike all the way in there. And I think there's some kind of trail entry point down this way. So I'm just kind of going around this community here. I'm really hoping this little dog won't bark at me. It really triggers me when that happens. We have some cell reception here. It's 48 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's a perfect day for hiking and being outdoors. It's the 2nd of May right now. And the May's starting off very nicely right now. Yeah, we are off to a great start with May here. So this is the horse campground, it looks like. This isn't a horse campground. I'm going insane. So we get a little basic, little scout of the horse campground as we begin our journey. The horses, I'm not too familiar with horses, but so far they're kind of looking at me. Some of them are interested in me. I do think they're kind of intelligent. That brown one over there kept looking back at me. The 2 dogs didn't bark at me. They're looking like they wanted to, but they didn't. It was like a corral or a stable fencing thing over there. That's interesting. This place is packed. So I don't know if I can even access an entry point over here. Kind of looking at the map. So the trail we need to get on, it does say there's an access point over this way. Over here. Okay. I didn't expect this to be populated, this area. Minnesota Horse Council. It was donated, it looks like. Oh, they really put their sites literally on top of each other. Almost. Wow, I've never seen that. It's kind of insane. So the trail we want to get on is past here, this way. I'm having like flashbacks when I was at like the state fair a long time ago, and like Como Zoo. It's kind of reminiscent of that. So again, this is just a minor obstacle. I did plan on parking right where the whole community's focused on over there. It looks like there's a trail access point down here. This should be the all-season trail center. Looks like the horse trail. There might be a lot of horse poops. I guess they're too big to put into plastic bags. It'd just be too much. Probably need a rucksack for all the horse poops during like a horse hike or something. Yeah, those horse sounds are disturbing. I'm just not used to them though. Keep off grass. So the horse trails this way, but they want you to keep off the grass and not provide a path. That makes absolutely no sense. I'm definitely going to cut across here. So there might be like a lot of horse hikers we're going to be encountering on the way. Area 1, this says right here. I noticed over in here, I think they consider this the group camp, and it's basically just a big field, like a picnic field, and they say Area 1, Area 2. Unfortunately, it doesn't go up to Area 51. I guess that's fortunate in a way. It looked like literally the state fair here if it did. It's empty today though. I was gonna do a scout one day of the group camps here, but all you gotta do is just, and we're done. There you go. Alright, so St. Croix State Park, I'd call a gated community, where you see these gate numbers everywhere throughout the park, and you can reference them on the map usually, although 33 wasn't on there, which is weird. But gate 4. And Gene in the office, you can't rely 110% on what they tell you at the offices these days, said that both these backpack sites, they're closed off in the winter months. I guess because of winter activities, which is kind of lame because I think this would be really good winter backpack sites for like the really seasoned backpackers that use like a pulk and can trek through snow, maybe with skis or something. I think that'd be a really good opportunity. At least the hike in to the Bear Creek camp, it seemed really practical for pulk use throughout that journey there and back. And this scout is probably going to take about 5 hours. And again, this is just for the one backpack site, but to show you where to park and the hike in and the hike, I'll do the hike back also. We're going to take a slightly different route there and a different route back, just so you can see the two perspectives, the two options. Though I like going one way on a trail and going back on the same trail, so you can see both sides. It's a little OCD of me though, so I'm going to sacrifice that OCD-ish need on this one, and we're actually going to take a different route there and a different route back. So here we are. Let's see here. That's really hard to see on this one. Horse camp. All season trail center, we're right here. You might not be able to see this. And the sun's pointing at me too, so. But we're going to go around. We're gonna take the Loggers Trail first. There's a glacial river trail that goes in the middle. I think we're gonna. Oh, we might take that actually. Hold on, let me look at this other map here. I want to get to the Five Corners intersection because I'm interested in that. So to get there, we'd have to go this way. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to get to the Five Corners intersection. It looks like there's 3 practical paths you could take. But that's another way right there. You could go that way as well. And Bear Creek Camp is way that way. So I wouldn't even, from the parking, I wouldn't even hike this over here. I would have just hiked straight through where I showed you earlier, where that entry point for that trail was. But you can check that out. That camp there didn't really impress me. And it actually seemed like it was like a group camp situation. They had some structures there. So you might not even need to bring a tent on that one. It's really strange and interesting and unique. So I've never really seen a backpack site look like that ever, but it really had like a group camp vibe to it, where oftentimes backpack sites will kind of seem like maybe like a 1 to 3 person, maybe 4 person situation, but that one I was thinking maybe 5 to 10 situation where people, and I do show you all the little possible places you can park, and there are many options where you can be really creative, maybe drop your gear off or park in another spot other than the trail center that we were just at. I'm gonna keep pacing with the map here. So the temperature and the lighting here should stay pretty consistent this whole time we're here. There's no crazy weather predicted. So far the wind has been pretty relaxed, so I don't think it's going to be as strong. Oh, we're getting some bugs are starting to come out now. That's good. I seen a guy do a video of a camp he did here, and he's just kind of hiking all over, and it looked like he was stealth camping somewhere, just anywhere. But he was really getting beat down from the heat of the summer heat and the bugs. Those two things were really just drilling him down. You can see his morale was really, it was taking a hit. He really had to push through it. But if you're prepared, you can check this out and get prepared and make a better decision and plan your route better by seeing it virtually. You can cut back on some of those miserable moments that cumulatively add up to a bad time. Yeah, the flies are definitely out. So this is my first encounter of the year with flies. And they're actually pretty annoying. I hear a jet engine in the air, which is really unfortunate, like always. So this 5 corners intersection, it's called out like that on the Avenza map. I noticed it when I was here last time, and I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. Just a 5 corners intersection. And it just interested me. And we are almost there, so I'm gonna be able to check this one off my bucket list as well. Seeing what the hype's all about with these the 5 corners intersection here at St. Croix State Park, which is the largest state park in Minnesota. I try not to get disgusted when I see like the big piles of the horse poops. I just try to focus on the relief that horse felt when that pile was released from their body, and then in that I can kind of transmute the disgust into relaxation, calm, and peace. So I guess that's a pro tip in the art of transmutation. Don't let the horse poops get to you. If you see a little black bag with dog poop thrown on the ground, it's okay to let that bother you, because that is rude. Oh, I see you got some unfortunate tool coming up the skies. Good for them. Good for them. Oh. It might actually be beneficial if you can, who's ever up there, the tool if they can keep the sun from being too bright so everything isn't too hyper exposed. It's good to keep talking when I'm hiking, because it can get a little drab. There are moments though where I'll just kind of just go into hike mode and just not talk. I'll do that too. I'll try to toggle whenever the spirit moves, whenever it feels right. Sometimes if I get exhausted or winded or tired, that's a good time to put a rubber band around the beak, a ranger band around the beak, and kind of enjoy the sounds of nature. It's a nice little beautiful view right here. And if you're enjoying this view, I'm enjoying your company. Thank you for being here. Yeah, they like to try to cross over the sun with the trails. Having an open mind is not being a conspiracy nuthead. Having an open mind is intelligent. So don't let social pressure imprison you into a certain way of thinking, because you don't want to be shamed. Shame the shamers. Shame the shamers. We are closing in on the Five Corners intersection. I did a camp last night at Croix State Park, walk-in site 68. That was my 4th camp trip there, and I think it was my most peaceful, relaxing one as well. The campground was pretty crowded, but it was very quiet. There was one knucklehead that for like an hour was trying to scare away a creature, clapping his hands, and I was just muttering to myself in my tent, like, just put your food away, stupid. Like, you already had your hot dogs. So I almost got out of the tent after a while and started to investigate. Because whatever it was, I was just gonna pepper spray whatever it was right in front of the guy and just, like, in cold silence, and just walk back to my tent and hopefully get like a round of applause from everyone else, because it was pretty annoying. But yeah, I did a scout of the 4 backpack sites there, and that scout was absolutely amazing. And all of those backpack sites there are phenomenal. I did rate them, in my opinion, although I'm thinking of changing my rating for 2 of them. Just not sure. Sometimes I'll do that after time passes. I'll be like, you know what, actually I think this one is a little better. So this is the Five Corners intersection, everybody. Here it is. It actually says that on the Avenza map, Five Corners intersection. Alright, so my planned hike route was already, we would have gone straight earlier, like I said, and gone around. We would still be going around here. And that trail kind of parallels this trail. And this one will connect up with that previous one that I talked about, it looks like. Well, there's 2 options here. Oh, never mind. This one will connect with it. This one is the one I thought was going straight. So this is kind of the middle one here. You can go through this one as well. Or you can go down here. Actually, Yeah, go straight. If you go down here, you go towards the river and the campground, so we definitely don't want to go that way. If you go straight for about a mile, you get to gate 8. So we can either go this way, or we can go this way. This will be 2 miles till we connect up with gate 13. So this is a toss-up here. Now, I plan to come back on the Matt Lowry Trail, which is the trail that was that way that I initially planned on going on. So I'm just gonna, in the moment here, I'm just gonna say, let's go ahead and let's take the Loggers Trail. So we're heading north-south. Let me put red in the shed. We are heading east from the Five Corners intersection, popping on the Loggers Trail. There's some history here as well. CCC activities. Two weeks ago I did a hike. 2 weeks ago, yesterday, I did a hike, and I tried to get to the Yellow Bank CCC camp, and I followed the map. There was nothing there. It says a toilet also. I just now thought maybe I was looking at it, but it wasn't on the map properly then, or my location wasn't positioned properly, which usually is not the case. So that was kind of a buzzkill, but still we got a nice little hike in there. Got to see one of the trails along the St. Croix River. I did that hike the day before. I did the scout of the Bear Creek camp, which is again the completely different opposite direction. We got some more chemin over here. They like to do the crosses. They do crosses past the sun with the trails. There's a reason for it. It's probably a multifunctional activity, so it probably achieves several things at the same time. And some of the things that it achieves, if you know what that is, might actually be fronts or covers esoterically for achieving other things in actuality. So there might be layers. There's a lot of wormholes in this reality though that you can go down. Usually they're just distractions. You can just get out and enjoy the reality and be a decent person. Mission accomplished. It's fun to kind of look at the wormholes and hear about stories and tales, cryptids, aliens. But you don't want to fully commit and go all the way in, and you got cognitive dissonance you got to deal with. You got to evolve out of that if you're able to. Just keep an open mind and not care too much, but care enough to be caring. So we are headed to gate number 8. There's a grate at gate 8, therefore it is great. This is almost a mile to that grate gate from that Five Corners intersection we just left. I don't think there's too many intersections where 5 trails kind of intersect. That might be why they were compelled to call it out on the map as the fabled Five Corners intersection. And the sun here, we got the ecliptic east, the west. Here you can see the crosses, the crossing of the trails. That's definitely, done on purpose. I mean, It's not just coincidentally happening because of regular flights. But it might be. Doubt it though. I see it all the time. But sometimes you see what you're looking for. You know, I swear to myself I'm not looking for it. I just happen to look and notice the same thing again. So that scout of the backpack sites at J. Cook State Park, though that happened before this scout, I'm going to launch this scout right after the Bear Creek one that happened 2 weeks ago, just so they're next to each other in time. And then I'll do, after this one, the backpack sites at J. Cook. I even got in a little baby scout of site number 72, which has always kind of intrigued me in their main campground. It's a dry pull-in site. And then when I went in and finally looked at it in more detail, I was compelled to make a little, like a mini scout of it, just for that site. It was really an interesting one. And it's fairly private given that campground, how crowded it is. So I might do a camp there one day. But yeah, I might launch that scout first before the backpacks or right after it. Guess it doesn't matter too much. I might do it after because it came after in time, literally, so I might just do it after. Really quick one, like less than 10 minutes. I usually don't do that. Every now and then though, I will do a focus scout on certain sites, aside from the backpack sites, which that's given to understand why they're so focused on just them. But like drive-in sites and like main campgrounds. I did that at Beaver Creek Valley State Park. That one was kind of popular too. I forget which sites. I think it was 37 and I don't know. I forget which ones they were. But it was like 2 sites into one. They weren't even ordered numerically or anything, but it just had an opportunity to look at them, and they're both really, really interesting to me. But usually I like to get the full picture in a scout. If it's a campground, I like to get all the sites in that campground, if it's practical. These flies are definitely out. So in the warmer months, you're probably going to be battling insects. So I would advise you have something in your hand, like a shamog maybe, or a sniper veil, or a towel that you can kind of swat around your body with periodically. Because if it gets too crazy, the flies, and you don't have that towel or whatever you have to kind of help you keep them off you from biting you, you're just kind of doing this the whole time. And with the striped deer flies in particular, I found on those ones that you don't want to give them too much aggression, because then they kind of return it. But if you just kind of delicately let them go, just try to keep a peaceful energy about you. That happened to me at the hike at Rice Lake State Park on the 4th of July of 2025, which I thought was the 200th anniversary, or 250th anniversary of America. It's just one of those things where I can confuse, like in a video game where you don't know if 0 lives counts or not, if 0 counts as a life. It's kind of one of those things. I guess it's this year, so we'll see. We'll see. I got a camp trip planned at Blue Mountain State Park this year on the 4th. And it's at the infamous Cardin Site 12. I have a scout of every site there except for 12, because it's always been occupied when I've been there. This one guy had a video where he did a camp there, so I was able to see inside of it, and there's a cool red rock in there and everything. But I'm gonna do a final scout of that carding site there, put a bow on that, kind of link all the different scout videos of those sites there, and they got links of each other reciprocally. And I'm probably gonna do a camp video there as well. And I'm gonna try to do a hike also. I don't like to do short form or do a lot of editing. I like to show like the whole thing. It really means a lot to me. So I don't know if if I do a hike, I might make that separate from the camp stuff. And the scout stuff is definitely gonna be its own thing. I'm gonna do that right when I get there, just a quick scout and put a bow on that. So here, what you'll see throughout St. Croix State Park is these fire breaks. I guess there was a horrifying fire in Hinckley in 1918. And I'm finally able to remember that year now because my favorite root beer is 1919. So I just tell myself, it's the year before your favorite root beer, man. Something on the ground there I was just looking at. I wish they made that 1919 root beer in glass bottles. They might, but I haven't seen it. And my second favorite to that is, oh man, I think it's no, Dad's. It's Dad's. Yeah, Dad's comes in glass bottles. For a while there, I thought I like Dad's root beer better than 1919. So I was drinking that exclusively for a little while. Not like every day or anything. You don't want to get a fat gut. But there's no corn syrup in those either, I don't think. I think they use sugar, so it's better than corn syrup. Corn syrup should not be consumed if you can avoid it. But then I went back to 1919, and immediately I was like, oh, I definitely like this better. It's got like more of a vanilla flavor in it. New fire breaks we just saw, they're not trails, you really don't want to hike on them that I'm aware of. Just saw another bug on me that I'm not sure what it was. Ticks are probably emerging. They're probably going to get pretty potent throughout the state. It's still supposed to be kind of chilly in the nighttime for at least another week. It dropped to like 32 degrees Fahrenheit last night when I was camping. And it's supposed to be a similar temperature next weekend. The next weekend I'm going to have a camp at Franz Hevne State Park, which is the smallest state park in Minnesota. Which is kind of ironic because I'm at the largest state park in Minnesota right now. So I'm literally going to go from the largest state park to the smallest state park as my next goal. It's going to be a long drive for me, but hopefully when I get there I'll have time to squeeze in a hike. It's a small park, so I should be able to get a lot of the hiking covered. I do have a scout video of all the campsites there. I'd recommend you look at that. It's a really awesome scout. Have a magical encounter with a black-capped chickadee when I get there, right at the first site. Got him to perch on my finger. I think it was a him. I'm trying to figure out what the females look like, what the males look like. I think they have different looking heads, kind of, as far as the pattern. But ironically, the site I just camped at last night, I got them to perch there as well on my finger. I was walking site 68 at Jay Cook State Park. And that's my next camp is at Franz Hevne, so that's kind of cool too. How the last camp and the next camp were both places where I got black-capped chickadees to perch on my fingers. That's interesting. So then I'm going to do a camp there Friday night. And then Saturday morning, my plan is to go to Zipple Bay. There's 2 state parks I haven't been to yet in Minnesota, and Zipple Bay is one of them. So I'll check that off the list. And my plan there is to do a scout of all the campgrounds there, and there's 4 of them, I believe. And each of them are just, I don't know, maybe 12 sites at each. They're not massive. I'm gonna check those out, and then from that footage I'm gonna be able to make an informed decision on which site I'm gonna pick for reserving a camp there. I'm gonna see if I can camp there in June. And then at the end of this month, I have a camp at Old Mill State Park. In kind of the same situation, I'm gonna do a hike there if I got time. And then the next day, I plan to go to the last state park I have yet to been to is Lake Bronson State Park. And I'm gonna do a scout of one of the campgrounds there. One of the other campgrounds by the river is closed. And I heard the whole river's drained, or the lake. No, it's by the lake, not the river. The lake is drained. So I think it's a man-made lake, but I guess it's drained all year, so that's kind of lame. The year I go, the last state park I've ever been, the lake that the park is named after is drained. That's annoying. But I'm gonna make the most of it. I'm gonna try to scout one of the campgrounds there that's still open. And it looks like they weasel in a few horse camp spots there as well in that campground. And based on what I experienced with the horses there and the sounds they make, I don't think I'd want to be anywhere near horses when I'm camping. There's safety concerns also. But noise and smell concerns. And there's a couple walk-in slash backpack sites there. I think they're more walk-in. They're kind of a further walk than your normal walk-in. But I'm gonna try to pick a site from that and get a camp trip going there before the end of June. That way, before I hit the 4th of July and Blue Mounds, I can just kind of, I'll be really fulfilled that I camped at every state park in Minnesota, except Upper Sioux Agency, because it was shut down by our failed leadership 1 year before I was able to get to it. And I'll always be resentful of that, but that's okay. We're probably gonna get another casino in our state now, so we don't have enough of those already, so that's definitely gonna be beneficial for a lot of people who want to throw their money away. It's kind of direct sunlight. I'm wearing black pants, but again, it's in the lower 50s. I have SOS only at this point. No internet. And I haven't had anything to eat yet today other than water and coffee. So I'm technically wet fasting at this point. I think there's a process the body engages in called autophagy, which may or may not be, it might be similar in reality as chiropractor work. Some of those are definitely fake and liars. Some of them seem more legit. So autophagy, though, doctors that push and promote autophagy, so your body kind of starts eating itself because it hasn't had enough to consume. It's a way to lose weight and be healthy. I don't think autophagy is going to kick in for at least 6 hours, so the plan is to, when we get to that backpack site, Crooked Creek Camp, which is our goal here, we're going to scout it out And then before I head out, I'm gonna relax at the picnic table, and hopefully there's one there. There should be. My guess is there might be two. And then 15 minutes or so. I usually don't like to go longer than 10 minutes. I'm gonna have a Noka smoothie. Maybe two of them, maybe, because I got a bunch of them in the vehicle, so I might do two. I did 12 miles of walking yesterday. And I was at 0.7 miles when I started here for how much I've walked so far today, 0.78. We're at 1.8, so we've walked over a mile so far in this hike. We got about 5 miles to go until we get to that backpack site, allegedly. So I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to scout the backpack sites at Jay Cook yesterday because they looked like they were all reserved. I kind of went with a gut instinct and used logic, and even the lady at the park office was like, yeah, they're reserved. Thursday night and Friday night, which is Friday night was yesterday. But if Thursday night was reserved, that means they would have been in there more than likely by the time I got to them scouting them in the afternoon on Friday. All of them were empty. And on the way back, I crossed paths with two of them hiking in. And I actually predicted that I would do that. As we were leaving the last camp, I predicted we'll probably encounter two of them hiking in. I didn't predict one of the sites though. But the other side I did predict properly. I talked to him. I said, hey, where are you going? You know, not to be too creepy or anything, but where are you guys going? You know? And I let them know I just came from there and they're ready to go. They look awesome. So St. John's Trail, I'm assuming this takes you to the St. John's Landing area. It's in that direction. Pink out. So that's kind of really tacky and lame to have to see that. Okay, so this one we got the sun showing, facing the map, so that's really good. So we're here allegedly on the Loggers Trail. We're gonna keep going up. We're gonna meander, and we're gonna pop on that glacial river trail I was telling you about earlier. We could have popped on that. It's kind of the middle trail between here and the Matthew Lowry one, which you could take that as well. We're probably going to take that Matthew Lowry on the way back. So our next goal is to get to gate 10. It's about 1.7 miles, allegedly. And from there we'll go to 12, which would be a lot shorter. And then from there I plan on going to 14, just off of St. John's Landing. So St. John's Landing is actually way over here. So it's further that way, that direction there. I turned my head at the key moment. But St. John's Trail, yeah, this doesn't take you to St. John's Landing. This trail here, St. John's Trail, it does not take you to St. John's Landing, which it's really weird they named it that. But that's why we do these scouts, because things that might seem logical sometimes aren't the real truth of what actually occurs. Just FYI, that Bear Creek camp is way down here. Way over there. There's a whole other chunk of this park way over here. There's a lot of water sites here as well. Lots of water campsites for canoeing. Alright, so we're going to go straight until we hit to the glacial river trail. But here it says there's 2 options and I see 3. So I'm not sure. St. John's Trail. I think we actually want to go this way. On St. John's Trail this way. But I see 2 here, 3 here. I'm just going to go with this and I'm going to pace with the map. That's more relaxing. I'm going to go with this and pace with the map. Even though I have SOS only and no signal, the Avenza map still tracks my coordinate on the map very nicely, very accurately. Yeah, we're pacing along with that, so I'm not sure why there's a different section there. There's a gate there. just ahead. I'll just keep my eyes on this map here because I want to make sure I'm not veering off. And this park is right along the St. Croix River, which is that way. The J. Cook State Park I was at last night in Carlton, Minnesota, and this morning, is right along the St. Louis River. That river is amazing. It was really, really rushing a lot. I heard it all night. Even kind of far away, I still heard it all night in the background. It's really cool. One of the backpackers that I passed headed towards one of those sites that I scouted, the High Landing, which is the best of the 4 sites, by the way, in my opinion. He probably had one of the most relaxing nights of his life last night. Looks like he had a big ruck too. He looked really prepared. And there's the other 2 that I crossed. It looked like a boyfriend and a girlfriend. They were headed to the one furthest out, the Lost Lake. And that one actually gave me kind of like a sad vibe. Something sad about it. I felt sad there. The thing is though, that night we had like a beautiful flower moon or something like that. Really powerful moon. They would have been able to see that thing all night from that site. Been really, really beautiful. So they probably had one of the most magical, beautiful nights of their life. But they had relatively little gear. I was kind of shocked. That guy going to High Landing though, he had one of them legend beards. Just a beautifully groomed, just a legend beard. There's vehicle noise. So there's a vehicle down there. They might be heading this way. Nope, they're not. They're going along that trail over there. Some kind of a road. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the road I took to visit St. John's Landing. Just wanted to check that out at the end of the scout at Bear Creek Camp. See if there's any parking options for this campsite we're headed to, Crooked Creek Camp. At this stage in the hike from the parking area, the scenery in the hike is very, very similar to the Bear Creek hike, the way it started off. It's like the first butterfly of the year. I usually rate the trails scale of 1 to 10. 10 being like a mountain, that's just crazy, and 1 being like a perfectly paved road that's straight, like a blacktop road, no bumps or anything. I put this at probably like a 4.5, a 4, probably a 4. Yeah, 4. Maybe a 3.7, because this is trail's been really easy. It's grass, packed dirt. It looks like they drive vehicles on it as well. Oh, there's another call out. The Bear Creek Camp. There was wood there waiting when I got there, and it wasn't the wrapped, bundled firewood that you'd see at like the ranger station or at the grocery stores. It was just a bunch of wood, just kind of in a like a shelving, a structure designed to house wood, essentially. And there's like a lot of really big chunks So you wouldn't, unless it wasn't stocked when you got there, you wouldn't need to bring in wood to that site. And I'm thinking it's because they had the ability with these wider roads to go in there and drop it off. So I'm thinking the same is going to be true with this site up here. Now, fun fact about this Crooked Creek camp, backpack slash hiking site here at St. Croix State Park, is it's right next to some, what I refer to as very creepy gerrymandered private property. So every now and then you'll see these really weird pieces of private property at unique positions in state parks. Now this one is right along 48, so it makes more sense. It's not like in the middle of the park somewhere, which is, that happens kind of sometimes. It's kind of weird. It's really weird. Like you're in the state park and you're driving past a private residence. It's kind of weird. So that's another call out is I'm always kind of leery to be at a campsite near, really close to private property. Something about it. Because they didn't sell that property and the park didn't acquire it. They're still there. You don't know what the situation is. You don't know how crazy they are. It's a little paranoid, I know. But at the same time, it's intelligent to be prepared and be aware of the situation. Because property is a big deal for people. Usually, it's a really big deal. I've been in pretty much direct sunlight other than a little bit of haze over the sun the whole time. So if this was midsummer, I would probably already have a sunburn. Be very hot, very thirsty. So there is a danger associated with hiking to these backpack sites, especially in the hot months. So July and August, you're really going to want to know what you're doing. You're going to want to be very prepared. You want to have some kind of covering, a light colored covering so it doesn't absorb the sun heat. You want to have enough water to keep you hydrated, but you don't want to overdo it so that it's so heavy and you're sweating more, carrying it, excreting more energy to carry it. It's kind of like the need more fuel in space thing, but it gets too heavy to get it up. You need more fuel to get the heavier thing up. It's kind of like that with water when you're backpacking. So Crooked Creek might be a situation where you can leverage a water filter. I really have no experience with that yet. I have had a water filter for some time. I think it's one of them Swanson ones. I've never tested it though, which is bad, I know. But I usually do really simple camps, really safe. But I'm thinking of branching out and doing more challenging things because I'm getting sick of the crowds at campgrounds that are really convenient and easy to camp at. This reminds me of that porcupine I encountered 2 weeks ago when I was at the going to the backpack Bear Creek campsite. I encountered a porcupine that was getting ready to quill me. It was defensive. That was interesting. I'm gonna try to edit that in a way where you can really see everything. I couldn't get too close because it would have been stupid. I tried getting close to take a picture and I seen him, he was getting ready. And here's that road, or St. John's Landing. So we walk alongside that road. And that road is viciously graded, viciously. I had to go very slow on it. Probably have to speed that footage up to 20 times just so it moves along properly. I will speed up footage in the dash cam in the vehicle when it makes sense because it's a nice stationary fixed cam. I used to speed up the footage on these hikes and stuff, but it just was jarring. It just looked like this. It was just insane. This one lady was like, I like where you go, but it's just, I get sick watching you. I'm getting dizzy. I started mounting the body cam on a boonie hat on my head. That's helped. I allowed myself to just commit fully to long form and not worry about how long the video is. That helped. You know, most people are programmed by shorts. Their attention span is so short as a result of being programmed by shorts. Don't want no shorts. I loathe shorts. I loathe them. Shorts make people dumber. They make society dumber, easier to control and manipulate. Hard to stop drooling and swiping. The shorts never stop coming. So I never watch shorts. And you can't disable it on YouTube either. You can't say, never ever ever in your long-legged life recommend or show me one short. You click the box, the X, and it says the only option is show fewer shorts. So how about never make them ever and stop promoting people to make them and say sorry for ever doing it? Where's that option? And the same is true with the, not as bad, but with the playables, the YouTube playables. It's like, stop re-vomiting the suggestion of those playables onto me, because I will never be interested in them. And you would know this based on how much I use YouTube and my activity on there when I'm interested in. You would know that about me. They just keep vomiting that recommendations onto me, and it'll never work because I'm viciously stubborn in some things. I'm actually going to get even harder in the other direction, actually. Kind of like Ted Nugent was. He's so militantly against drug use, because he tried having moments with prolific people that were great artists and actors. They were just so drugged up when he saw him, he couldn't even talk to him. And every time it happened, he just got madder and more against drugs. I pretty much broke the chain of drugs, so now I kind of feel the same when people are smoking weed. It is so irritating. It is so irritating. A lot of people I judge for smoking weed too much. They're still catching up to how much I did. Pretty sure about that. So I'm not one to judge, and at the same time, because of the experience, I am one to judge simultaneously. Who best to advise on something that knows about it and doesn't know about it? So we're about 40% of the way from gate 8 to gate 10. When I was planning to scout these sites, because there's only 2 of them, I wanted to do them both in one day. But when I planned the hike, it was like over a 25-mile round trip on foot. There's no way I'm doing that. With my personal capabilities, I'd be pretty smoked at about 13 miles. I'd be pretty smoked. With my current boots, hiking boots, which are the best ones that let me go the farthest. If it was deep snow and I was in mucklucks or boots, bigger winter boots, I'd started to be feeling it pretty hard at about probably 10 miles. But if I had to push it in these boots, I could probably get to 20 miles. But I'd be hurting. I wouldn't want to have a lot to do after that, and I'd want to just immediately rest and lay down and recover immediately. It'd be pretty rough. And that's not with a lot of heavy gear either. That'd just be with what I'm wearing now. 24-hour pack, chest rig. Almost summer clothes. I do have a thermal layer under these. Almost summer. We're at some kind of some type of intersection. I might get a sunburn from the sun exposure from yesterday and today. I don't think I will though. I don't think it's that the sun's that strong this time of year yet. I usually sleep better though when I have a sunburn or some kind of ache. Like a good muscle ache, not a painful cramp. I usually get painful cramps because I sleep on the ground on my sides, so I usually have to rotate sides often. I just don't want to sleep on a mattress. I hate mattresses. I absolutely hate them. All you ever do is see them near dumpsters. I just hate it. I don't like air mattresses either. I heard people filling them up at the campsite. And that's one thing Stinkleberry Farmer does that I totally disavow. That super plush, thick mattress that he has. Completely disavow that. I'm very against air mattresses for many reasons. The noisy sound of filling them up is probably the biggest. And then if I were to use them personally, their reliability. Waking up in the middle of the night when you're laying on top of a thin skin suit, it slowly drains. Can't rely on them. The air mattress he has is like a foot deep, just super plush. When it comes to cots, forget it. I don't think they make a cot that's like a reasonable weight. And whenever you're moving, like the mattress is just, you always need help, you know? You need someone to help you. You gotta find some hump with a pickup truck, or you gotta rent a moving vehicle. My last apartment, one day I heard a loud noise outside my door and I opened it up and my neighbors were bringing in a mattress, and it was like they couldn't even get it through the hall, it was so big. It was weird. It was probably like the size of their entire bedroom. I don't even have a bedroom. I like to sleep in efficiencies. I like to see everything. I like to walk in and just look around and I've seen everything. I know no one's there. And then I check the footage to make sure I saw things properly. Nobody planted anything. I should say the footage is. There's a moment last night where I realized I had 8 cameras going simultaneously in different places at the same time. Kind of neat. Sometimes the cameras don't deliver though. They won't record, or they'll cut out at a certain spot that's crucial. Or you won't have the proper angle. I'm not wearing the balaclava on my head, so there's a layer that's not hunkering in my hat more. I'm hoping that's not making the cam jiggle too much. I'm aware of it, so I think I'm doing okay. As long as I don't walk fast or run. It's a pretty flat ground also. Yeah, this was in the dog days of summer. This would be brutal right now. I'd be just sweating, just hot, and there'd probably be bugs all over me. The more you sweat, the more the bugs seem to come to you, and they're attracted to you. I'm considering taking my thermal layer off under my durable outer layer pants. Problem with that is I don't like changing. I don't like exposing my boxers when I'm outdoors. I can add and remove thermal layers as long as I'm not exposing my boxers. It's just something I don't want to do that ever. I'm just kind of worried that, like, if I were to do that, like, out of nowhere, in the middle of nowhere, like a wholesome family will just come walking through the forest and look at me and be like, "Oh, that's weird." I really don't ever want to do that. And I don't like changing in vault toilets. Those are kind of gross places. Well, we got some turning here. I like how one tree's helping the other there. Maybe not. It looks like it though. It's still leaning. Yep. So we're about 60% from 8 to 10, gate 8 to gate 10. I'm kind of wishing it's grayer out, but them chems that they put up seem to be spreading, creating like a cloudy film over the sun, which is probably part of their purpose. There's many purposes to it, I'm sure. It's multifunctional. I like the Neosporin that I carry on me at all times. Use it as a lip balm, of course, to disinfect cuts, hangnails, and also when my hands get too dry, I can use it as like a Vaseline or a lotion, essentially a Vaseline lotion. It works great. And you don't need a lot of it because it's like a Vaseline. You wouldn't need as much as you would need with lotion, so a little goes a long way. You might even be able to use it as like a lubricant for some things in some situations. I always have Neosporin on me at all times. When I used to watch a lot of camp videos and trying to learn how to do this stuff, nobody ever mentioned Neosporin that I can remember. I always remember being kind of fascinated, like, it's like, you know, they never talk about it. And me, just instinctually, I always just used it anyways. I knew how good it was. But then I found more uses for it as I kept it on me, like the lip balm and the lotion as needed. But even when they're talking about first aid kits, you never hear them talk about Neosporin. It's really weird. I never hear them talk about shock bracelets either. It's one of the most important tools I have on me at all times. Use it every day in many different ways. There isn't a day that goes by where I'm not using them somehow. That might be a mild exaggeration. There's probably a few days where just sleeping or recovering or laying low. I did see a video of this guy. He was at this park once, and when he was driving in the road we came in, if we went straight towards the campground, like I was telling you, he was, I think it was in that area, he saw a cub, a baby bear cub, right on the side of the road. So ever since then, I knew that you might encounter bears here, though I consider it highly unlikely, improbable. I know you might encounter porcupines. That I can tell you for sure, because I encountered one. That was the first time I encountered a porcupine that I can recall. I didn't even know what it was, but I used the Seek app to identify it, and then of course it looked like one. At first I thought it was a wounded animal, like a wounded raccoon on the side of the trail, because it had the symptoms of like a wounded creature. I started feeling bad, but then I noticed he was just defensive. That porcupine, it might have been wounded, it might have been injured, it might have been in pain, because it was moving slowly. I don't know how quick they move though, generally speaking. I think I heard that they're vicious. They can be really vicious and dangerous. So I just gave him time to walk away on his own time, and that did the trick. Turned a potentially scary moment into a really good moment. I mean, I had the supplies I needed to probably heal myself if I got bit or something happened. It would have sucked, but I probably had what I needed to mend myself, patch myself. The scary part is the bacteria and the infection thing, like you don't know. Just gonna check the mileage here. 2.7, so we walked about 2 miles so far. And I am kind of feeling it a little. But I walked over 12 miles yesterday in total. And about 8.8 miles of that was hiking. The trails were more difficult than this one. The trails just along the swinging bridge along the St. Louis River, those are a little crazy. They're not too bad, but you gotta watch out. And making another trail up there. And these planes that are making the trails, I don't hear them like I would hear a jet engine normally. So I don't know what kind of air vessels they are, why they are quiet. Like, do we have technology where airplanes don't need to be loud? Because if we do, shame on whoever doesn't allow it. But do they need to be quiet? Do they not want to be heard? I think the loud airplanes, it serves another purpose. It keeps people in an unrelaxed, jarred state. It keeps them angered, irritated, irritable, emotional, so they make irrational decisions. So they're easier to control and they don't think for themselves much, because it's too hard to do so, because they're constantly being jarred by the sound waves. And sound is possible. Everything in this reality is just sound in different forms. Sound is very, very prominent. There's a lot of capabilities, a lot of uses. It's got a little bit of a Myrie Big Island vibe there for a second. When I was scouting the backpack sites there, I got a video of that as well. That's one park I kind of told myself I have to stop going to for a while, because I think I've camped there over 5 times. The next time I go there though, I think it's going to be to one of those backpack sites. Not totally sure which one yet, The one I really want to do is kind of close to another backpack site, closer than I'd like. I'm pretty sure they share a vault toilet, and the vault toilet's right across from the one I want to camp at, so I would hear them go into that vault toilet if they were there. There's another site that's kind of on its own, which is probably the one I'd go with, because the other one, the very first one that I encountered, it's right across the lake from the Little Island group camp, and sound travels across water very easily. So if there was a group camp there, you're just gonna hear it. And that Little Island group camp is one of the coolest group campsites I've ever seen. I think my hands down favorite so far is the group camp at Savannah Portage State Park. But there's also a special hidden jewel of a gem group camp. Pretty sure it's group camp number 2 at Afton State Park. And that's probably the best campsite at that state park as a whole, for privacy and everything. Although Hike-In Site 1 is one of the best sites I've ever camped at of all time. It's not hyper private, but that is an awesome site. So I'm going to be editing a hike of Afton next. As of this date and time, that's my next video to do, is a hike there from this year, and then a scout of the group camps, and that's one of them, and the camper cabins and the yurts. I kind of sandwiched them all into one scout video, and there were a lot of people there at the cabins and the yurts. I've been able to get really in there, but I still show you what it looks like. I show you the drive-in, gives you an idea, and it shows you how close they are to each other also, which is really important. It's probably more important just seeing how close they are to the neighboring sites. Because even if you got kind of a lame looking campsite, as long as you're away from other campers, you can enjoy nature more. So we're at some type of intersection here. It's not identified in any way. Okay, there's SOS only. See where we're at. So we're not even at the gate 10 yet. And based on where I'm at in this map, it's only showing the one way. It's not showing this or that. So this might be just a service road, because the road to St. John's Landing is right over there. It looks like it anyways. And that on the map as well, it looks like it. So we're gonna go straight towards the pink out area, unfortunately, or they littered it with pink of all colors. Nothing more annoying than seeing pink, purple, blue, neon green colors when you're hiking or camping. It's really annoying. And then there's an orange one that makes me feel better. Well, I meant orange as well. I meant to add that to the list as well. Orange isn't as bad. There's going to be a bright color to see. Just make it orange and just keep it that. Or bright red, you know. Something that might be similar to the foliage in fall. Which I guess you don't want it to stand. You want it to stand out so you can see it. So how about just know where you're going, people? How about that? You can see this is a pretty, so far, pretty long hike. Kind of a boring hike, I would say. Yeah, keep coming it up, guys. Keep doing that. Good for you. It's kind of a boring one. And we're just in the sun. There's really no shade. And another X pattern up there. You get to see the way into the sites, and you get to see the sites. You also get a little rhetoric with me. So you're either going to like it or you're going to hate it. Try to have an open mind and learn from it. let's say easy hike, your biggest threat is the sunlight and the insects in the warmer months. Maybe one of them really big rimmed straw hats would be beneficial. You probably would want to, I don't ever recommend you use sunscreen because I think it's a poison. I don't recommend anyone use it, even though it smells really good. So you might want to cover your skin, your exposed skin, from the direct sunlight, which may or may not, it'll probably make you a little warmer. So you got to balance that. Just use lighter colors. I found like a light gray, like a heather gray, or a tan. As long as it's not perfectly white, bright, whitey-tighty white. Just kind of blends in a little. You know, I just got a good idea. Birch bark pattern. That'd be really cool. Like a merino wool birch bark shamag. Speaking of that, I can't find merino wool shamags, at least not yet. And those little tassels on the end of the shamags, I think those are more for just fashion, novelty. They really don't serve a purpose. They kind of just get in the way. They look cool. But the cotton shamags that I have, I'll wear them once on a hike in the summer to absorb sweat. And then they do not deal well with odor at all. So you just smell, you gotta wash them. But with wool, that wouldn't be a problem for the most part. There's some wool that doesn't respond well, and I think it's because they lie and they mix in cotton with it. I'm not sure yet. You see, proudly designed in Portland, made in China. You see the made in China logo so much. At this point it should say smug. It should be a legal requirement for them to say smugly made in China. Here we go. Gate 10 trail. Now we're at yellow out, or as this guy at work would say, jello. Gate 10 is this way. We want to go that way, it looks like. So it looks like we're going to be on top of the road over here. And I'm thinking, no, if I point this way on the map, it's going off map. So I'm just going to go this way for now. From 10 to 12, essentially. And I'll pace with it. But after gate 12 is where we're going to veer to the left and go towards Matt Lowry Trail and connect up with Matt Lowry Trail. And we are close to Crooked Creek Camp, actually. We're honing in on it. So if we can get there and there's no park staff there working on stuff, we're gonna be able to put this in. I'm gonna put a bow on this. I told myself I gotta mitigate how often I say that. There's just this movie, I forget what it was called, Owen Wilson, and there's a part in the movie where they're like, come on, let's go out, let's go party some more, or something like that. And Owen Wilson was like, oh, I'm ready to put a bow on it, man. Like he was all, because he's old. I think that was Hall Pass or something. I don't recommend you watch that. I don't recommend you watch anything. Maybe watch a Scout so you're ready, and then go out in life. Live your life. don't waste your life having people tell you how you should live your life subliminally, essentially. Even though I've just told you how to live your life overtly, told you. Alright. So that's the Glacial River Trail, guys and gals. So not very, it's not interesting, you know, it's just kind of plain. I'm not complaining, but it is a little plain. Going from Jay Cook though, that's... Jay Cook is pretty scenic. Jay Cook is probably more scenic than Scenic State Park, actually. Yep, see the camera go nearly over the sun. I'll cross it. So now we need to get to gate 12. So it looks like we're just paralleling this road here, which I hate doing. I don't ever want to feel like I have to put my thumb out when I'm hiking. Oh, this road is crazy. I'm gonna walk on the grass on the side instead of the road because my pants are cuffed. It should be okay. I just don't want to walk in all that. Kind of like a sand texture, so sand will take a lot out of you walking on it. I definitely don't like this part. Road walking. And you got to do some road walking when you hike into the other one as well, the Bear Creek camp. I do not like that at all. And then you're forced to go onto the road as you said you didn't want to go on. Someone else is walking this direction. And then they turn into something else. That's weird. Must be one of them I forget what they're called. Shape-shifting witch doctors. Native American skinwalkers. That's it. These trigger words. These things are like, go back over there now. I said go over there. No, I'm gonna go over here. How about that? Don't tell me what to do, guys. And gals. And things. It looks like there is a path right here though, a trail. It just might be. So there might have been a trail. This looks like a trail. We're gonna walk along this trail here, which is probably the dotted line that's on top of the road. I'm not sure if there's an entry point for it that I didn't notice. I'm thinking, no, if I point this way on the map, it's going off map. I'm just gonna go this way for now. Possible. Take note of that. But there is some forestry work needed on this trail, if it is a trail still, which I think it is. Lots of stuff on the ground here that when you step on it can turn up and then poke you. Be really careful. Sure wouldn't be the end of the world if you forage some of that birch, which I'm not a big fan of doing. We are in Hinckley, Minnesota, and if you can help mitigate fuel on the ground from a potential fire in the future, that wouldn't hurt. There's a lot of stuff here, so I don't think it would. I think foraging here would be okay. Just don't peel it off of a tree, you know, I'll be a pig. I'll be one of those pigs. This trail's kind of messy. I definitely like it. It's more interesting. Having more fun on it. There's more shade on this road as well. I do plan on taking the Matt Lowry Trail on the way back from the site. That's probably going to be more straightforward and a lot simpler. Might be paved. So we're only seeing this way. There's a one-way view here our whole way in so far. Alright, it's kind of getting crazy here. Better check the map, make sure I'm pulling the right way here. Yeah, we're almost at 12. Shoot. This thorn may have gotten me in my pants here. I don't see any rips. There's thorns. So these thorns did get me a little at the Bear Creek camp, actually. When I was going from the campsite to the trail to the Bear Creek area to look at Bear Creek, there were some thorns along the path, and they got my merino wool hoodie a little bit. So watch out for the thorns. More thorns down in here. So if you're one of those knuckleheads that wear shorts, which you shouldn't if you're a guy especially, those will brush against your leg and they won't feel good, and they'll probably create a rash. If you don't have antiseptic like Neosporin, you're going to have an uncomfortable camp trip if you choose to continue and commit and go along with it still. Oh, this is interesting. And then it just says no. Now the thorn reached out and grabbed me, pulled my pant, durable outer layer, but it could take it because it's a legend. So this is interesting. Then you get to here, and if I had more gear, a ruck full of stuff, this would be a pain in the neck. After hiking as far as we did. So this trail is more interesting, but it has more work to be done from a DNR standpoint, and then it's blocked off here. So I don't know what they're doing. St. John's Landing should be on that road still. Keep going straight for a little while. Should be pretty near it. Yeah, we're pretty near it. We're probably about 2 miles away from it. But we actually want to go this way now. So we're going to veering up towards the Matt Lowry Trail on our way to Crooked Creek Camp here at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota. So we are here and we're headed up this way. Oh wait, I want to go this way actually. along here to 14 and then up, and then we'll check out Crooked Creek, and when we come back we'll go around this way then. Okay, so I want to make sure we're gonna go to 14 next. Are we even at 12 yet? I don't know. Let's see, the gate should say over here. I think this is gate 12. This gate is open. It's possible that vehicle we saw going on that road earlier went this way. There it is, gate 12. I don't know if we can get to gate 14 from here or if we have to take a road. It looks like it parallels the road. Might be hard to see. I might have to just forsake that option. So it looks like we're still kind of going with it. There might be an intersection here we can go left or right. This looks promising. I think this is it. Good. There we go. Matthew Lowry State Trail, St. John's Road. Oh, so what's this way? See, I'm thinking maybe we would have came out this way if we went down that other trail earlier. I'm just not sure, it just doesn't look like that on the map. I'm thinking, no, if I point this way on the map, it's going off map. I'm just going to go this way for now. Okay, so this isn't the intersection I was hoping for. So up here there should be another breaking point where we can go left to Matt Lowry or right to head towards gate 14 by St. John's Landing. I'm not too optimistic that's going to happen. Still possible. We're still closing in on where it would branch one way and the other way, left and right. I don't see that option here, so we're probably gonna have to commit to just going to Matt Lowry. That's okay. That other route would have been a little out of the way anyways. Just kind of wanted to see it. Oh, it's just great. Flies procreating just landed on me. Right? That's great. So I may have had to parallel that road or walk on that road to continue in that direction. And I wouldn't want to do that. Really smell the leaves in here. Really nice. Flies are picking up though. They're all little flies, so they're just unfortunately being born. Flies are something I wish didn't exist, to be honest. I don't like flies. They're just too annoying. Flies and gnats. That's a gnat right there. So for at least the next week, it's still going to be too cold at night for mosquitoes. I guess it may be 3 weeks from now, though. Mosquitoes are going to start being a thing at night. Another thing I wish didn't existed was mosquitoes. Mosquitoes and ticks and flies and gnats. Glad I brought an extra gallon of water with me in my vehicle, because I only have the one container on me in my pack that's full, and then my coffee, which doesn't count as water. But I actually might have to tap into that. And the exposure to the sun is definitely adding up, even though it's very cool out for the most part. I mean, it's low 50s. We're not even in the 60s. I do have a thick weight, a heavy weight. Wait. Wow. Oh, spring's in the air. I do have a heavyweight merino wool tank on, a 320 gram, or GSM, whatever that is. That's because I didn't make the time to clean my other ones, so I went with this one. It came through for me last night, though, that's for sure. But right now, it'd be nicer if it was a lighter, maybe a 250. Yeah, even a lightweight 180 would probably be better for right now. And then the thermal on my legs, the lower layer, definitely too much. So off camera, I might take that thermal layer off my legs as part of the break when we finish scouting the Crooked Creek Camp backpack slash hiking site here at St. Croix State Park in the state of Minnesota, in the United States of America, planet Earth, in something. So I'm feeling pretty good though. Throat's a little sore from talking so much. And this is another pretty plain, boring trail. So far at this stage in the scout here, I'm a bigger fan of the hike into the Bear Creek Camp from the trail center than I am of the hike into the Crooked Creek Camp so far. This one just feels a little more plain, a little more boring than the other one, the other hike. It's more open also. You're in the sunlight more. The hike to the other one starts off in the sun more, kind of like this, but after a while you start to get some coverage. Here it's almost just constant. That video I saw, that guy was just he looked pretty worn by the time he got to camp. He looked like he knew what he was doing too, to a certain extent anyways. He didn't seem fully prepared though, based on how much it was affecting him, the bugs and the heat. Covering the distance he did though and being out there, he looked like he did a pretty good job. Might be a deer. Yeah, I said to clear my throat a little there. Getting a little hoarse. Pun intended. Gonna take off the sternum strap on the pack for a sec, aka the chest strap, and just put the straps off my shoulders a little bit, kind of like this. Let them hang back a little. Kind of frees up my back area as well a little. Helps relax the shoulder muscles a little and the chest a little. Starts to get sensitive. My shoulders are pretty sensitive from all the wear and tear on them from the chest rig and the pack from hiking yesterday anyways. But yeah, that helps. Just adjusting that sternum strap, loosening, taking it off, letting the arm straps hang back off the sides of the elbows. And you'll kind of feel the balance of it too. And then when that gets tiring, just after 20 or 30 minutes maybe put the sternum strap back on, tighten it up, and just rotate, doing that 3 times an hour roughly, every 20 minutes or so. The longer you can go, the better, with the sternum strap on and with them off. You don't want to put it on and take it off too much, like every 10 minutes. But sometimes the further you go, the more strenuous it gets, the more you'll start doing that technique. That's when you're kind of reaching that line of parity where you gotta take a break or something. Okay, there's a major intersection. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks like 4-corner intersection. It's not called that. Matt Lowry State Trail should be right here. I do see a sign for it right there, I think. But then again, there's another direction where I don't know why I'm not seeing that on the map here. I'm seeing from here, get to here, and then left or right. That's what I'm seeing on the map. I'm not seeing, oh, and also this. I'm really getting sick and tired of seeing these pink end signs. That is so tacky. It's staining my footage with that. Oh well. I'm already starting to not like the equestrian community. Oh well. Okay, so this is the Matt Lowry Trail. So had we hiked in from the parking area on the Matt Lowry Trail, which was our initial plan, but then I decided to diversify the experience and check a different route out, we'd be here at this point, but we'd have been coming from there. So that being said, when we're done scouting the site and we come back this way, we're going to head this direction on the Matt Lowry State Trail and see what all the hype's about that way. There might be some more horse action on that one. I'm surprised we haven't seen anything so far though. That happened yesterday at Jay Cook. There was like nobody out in the deep part of the trails. That's usually the case actually when I'm hiking. Corridor 83 North, MNUSA, MNDNR, Matt Lowry State Trail. I hear the name Matt Lowry, I think of like a smug know-it-all liberal or some guy who's like, you know, one of those guys that they wear the whole biking outfit and they get on their bike and they look like in the beginning of Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure movie when he's having that dream. They kind of look like that, like they're in a bike race. I forget what they call it, the De La France or something. They probably look like that or something, but this doesn't look like a bike trail, so maybe it's just like a beast at horse riding or something, because it seems like it's ATV / horse trail or something. There are some hoof prints here. Make sure we're pacing along the trail properly. We are. So I think we got about 2 miles until we hit another intersection where there should be a vault toilet. We are getting close to that campsite as well, which means we're getting close to that private property also. Let's check our mileage. We've been out for like 2 hours. About 3.5 miles so far. So as far as hiking into a backpack site goes at a Minnesota State Park, we're already beyond as far as it would have been for the majority of them as a whole. You're probably looking at like a 2-mile hike average. But this is a relatively unexciting hike route. It's really plain. It's kind of like a road. I encountered this on my hike at Scenic State Park after I scouted the backpack sites there. The area where the backpack sites are, that's a pretty cool area. With trees and I think a glacial lake or something. Glacial pothole or something like that. But then I took some trails around a little bit away from that towards the campground. I took a long way around to get to the campground, the main campground, the Chase Point campground, which I'm not a big fan of. And there's a lot of roads like this. That was a little more scenic than this one though. This one was pretty plain. I don't think the Matt Lowry State Trail though is really geared towards foot hikers per se. It seems like an ATV or maybe a horse type trail. Another weird little trail somewhere. So there's a lot of like weird little openings and stuff and that aren't on the map. So these flies aren't really, they're not biting or anything yet. So they're definitely like landing on me and touching me, and they're little ones. They're going in and out of my ears. And just 2 weeks ago there was none of that. There were no insects. So from middle April to early May, you're gonna have like insect development. I'm actually kind of like feeling kind of bored actually, which isn't good. But I feel the subtle temptation to kind of rush and push through it, which isn't good. So I attribute that to some of the plain nature, the plainness of the experience in reference to my other experiences, I would say. Because we're out here in nature. There's a little shading too occurring now, which will, this stuff will grow in, so you're gonna have a lot more. We're still kind of in that wireframe mode, but I would emphasize ticks, flies, gnats, mosquitoes, heat might be the biggest threat. Heat. I'd probably say heat, ticks, flies, in that order. Although ticks are almost always the number one. I think the heat would be a little bit more of a concern for me here at this park with this hike into this campsite. Hearing some kind of bird in the distance here. See if we can identify with the Merlin bird ID. We do have a little cell signal actually right here. 2 bars. It has quieted down. I'm going to check the weather while I'm at it. 55. So we do have pretty good cell signal here actually. It might be good at Crooked Creek because you're right along that main road. Although there were some swaths of the Minnesota 48 road where the temperature app wasn't updating like it should have. it was moving like it wasn't getting a good signal, even though it showed bars. Whatever bird that was, it flew in the other direction. Yeah, so yesterday and today I'm collecting a whole lot of footage. So I'm probably going to be over 10 hours of footage. I'm going to be editing that in the months to come. This video probably won't even be out until late summer, maybe, so be too late for some of you, but it'll get you ready for the next year anyways. Things do change in a year, but it gives you a really good idea. I did see a few videos in preparing for my scout here of some guy that was, he had footage of driving an ATV, I think, on the Matt Lowry Trail. But that's another thing that would be annoying if you were hiking on this trail, because ATVs are kind of, it's a boisterous energy, you know, it's just, it doesn't have a lot of relaxing qualities to it. Maybe some of them do. But if you're already dealing with the heat and the insects and the fatigue, to have to hear the sounds and get out of the way for an ATV on this trail would be, that would add to the annoyances, which slowly drains the morale bucket, which takes away from a really good experience. Although some horrible experiences far in the future, in retrospect looking back, can actually be good ones, which I always thought was kind of despicable in a way. Something so horrible could actually be valued and cherished in a nostalgic way in the future, from the future standpoint. It's really weird. You figure if something sucked, it would suck throughout all time and space. So I actually would think that it was in like the 60s right now, based on how I feel. Oh, my feet feel fine. Everything feels fine. I'm not really sore from yesterday, but at this stage in the hike, at this miles in, I do feel like I've hiked like 3 more miles than I already actually have, so I think I would attribute that to the fatigue from yesterday. Walking just under 13 miles total for the whole day. All right, here's another road that was blocked off. It used to be something, or is something, don't know, kind of weird. Yellow. Just gonna check the map. Alright, so we're about to turn right, go straight, take another right, go straight, and then take a left. And then we're going to start passing that private property on our left, and we're going to be approaching Crooked Creek. So we're about 3 miles or so from Crooked Creek. Maybe not, maybe less than that. Yeah, that's the whole thing, the mileage that it's showing me, so I'm not totally sure how that reads. I'm gonna say about 2 miles. 4.7. We've walked almost 4 miles. Yeah, it's about 5 to 6 miles to get there. So we're probably about just under 2 miles from Crooked Creek Camp, backpack / hiking site here at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota, Pine County. Historic Hinckley. There was a great fire in 1918. Well, anyways, there's a fire museum of 1918 that you can visit around here. So I'm assuming that that is the year that there was the Great Fire. Yeah, nobody should be alive still who was from that era. So it is possible. I still haven't eaten any food today. Just that water and that coffee. I really want to get to that the picnic table though. I don't want to set my gear on the ground. As the days progress into the summer, towards the summer, I'm more concerned about ticks. And if you set your pack down or whatever, you're probably going to pick up ticks from off of the ground level. The flies are getting a little annoying in here. Yeah, they're pretty annoying. I can get used to the annoying feeling of them touching my skin. The problem is when they start to bite. That's when the problem comes in. But right now I'm not noticing any biters. These flies seem young, like they're just kind of figuring out their existence right now for the year. And it shouldn't rain, but I do have my shell layers in case it does. I'm glad to get out here and just 2 weeks later and do the other scout of the other campsite, backpack site here. I kind of wanted to do them in the same day, but it just wasn't practical. So to at least see them both at the same time frame, you know, just 2 weeks apart. Really glad I was able to weasel it in. It's not in the bag yet. There might be a bunch of park staff in there doing construction, which literally happened to me at the Chase Point campground at Scenic State Park. Which was early May. Oh no, that's not good. I think we'll be alright though. I give that a really low chance, maybe a 5% probability that that's going to happen. even if it does, I'm just going to be really ambitious about it and see how far I can go with sticking my nose in their business and looking around the site. This is a far hike. I might even actually try to strike a deal with them, like, look, I hiked all the way out here just to see it, you know, and yeah, at least just look around. And I would give them a hard time if they didn't let me either. I probably would, depending. Sometimes people, they listen to reason. Sometimes they're really, really stubborn. Even if it goes against their own health, they're just really stubborn. They just won't budge in their thinking or what they do. They just won't budge. Even if it hurts them and everyone around them, holistically in the bigger picture and in the smallest picture, and it's obvious, they'll still do it. If you need an example of that, I'd just say the best, most prominent example of that is obesity. And also people who love dogs, they can't admit that dogs can be annoying at times. They can't admit it at all. They're just, nope, they're perfect, there's nothing wrong with them. You don't like dogs, you are a bad person. No, dogs are annoying, and they yelp, and they bark, and they whine, and they stare, and they drool, and they sniff. It's kind of weird and awkward and annoying. And it happens almost all the time with almost every dog. So just totally deny that. A little smug and rude. You should have said, yeah, I hear you to a certain extent, you know, I do love them, but yeah, they do have their qualities where they might drool a little too much, or breathe a little too loud, or have bad breath, or get a little too close, or sniff a little too many things, bark a little too much, viciously sneer at kids when they're walking by the house. It's kind of, that's another example. So I'm probably gonna get, I'm pretty pale skin, so I'm probably gonna get some kind of a tanning effect from the sun exposure today. I had some exposure yesterday, but nothing, there was a lot more shading going on in the areas that I was. The hike at Croix State Park yesterday, I thoroughly enjoyed that more than the one here. I'm not trying to hate on this place. It's really plain. Given how big this state park is, they could probably weasel in a lot more backpack sites. I mean, their campground is just totally crammed. Even their campground, I mean, they could have spaced it out way more than they did, given how big this park is. And they need these fire breaks. Well, you could, you know, work in some of the backpack sites in and around the fire breaks probably. And they won't just be fire breaks, they'll be, the trails will serve as fire breaks at the same time. That's probably a big effort, bureaucracy. If you've been to any other state park in Minnesota and you've used their maps, and then you come here, the map is deceptive because everything is just so much farther because of the size. But it seems like it's just a regular state park based if you're just looking at the map as far as distances go. So if you compare this state park to any other state park, when you're looking at a map, the Avenza map maybe, you're going to want to say, okay, that's probably 5 times farther than I would think it is. Each dot is probably 5 times farther than I think it is normally. Here we got another little, these might be fire breaks that just aren't identified. This is that turn to the right I was talking about. Oh, we already did the first one. This is the second one. So straight ahead, about a mile, that's when the private property starts. So 40, MN 48 is along here. That's some kind of bird. If I can hear it again, that'd be cool. It might want me to just walk away before it does it. Nope, I won't be able to identify that. Sometimes I can identify the bird sounds I hear later at home when I'm editing. I can turn the volume up and use the Merlin Bird ID to identify it. So I might be able to do that. That one was kind of a quick one though. And I might have been talking over it a little. So now we're walking into the sun. So this should be south if I'm guessing right. Yep, south. Probably I'm going to take that thermal layer off my legs. I'm going to take a break here. I don't like being in my boxers. I have to have my legs covered at all times. It's kind of a thing for me. But there are some people like they'll literally get like butt naked at their campsite. I will never understand that. That is just pure stupidity. You're not ready, you don't have any gear on you, you don't have any protection on you. If you're the type of person that's butt naked at your campsite, you for sure don't have any Bruce Lee skills. It's just weird, man. It's just weird. You should only ever be naked for like 5 seconds, and that's when you're changing your underwear. You shouldn't shower, you shouldn't bathe, none of that. You shouldn't just be naked. There shouldn't be like naked beaches, and I'm totally against nakedness. It's just weird. I guess if you're making a baby, I mean, it makes sense, but I mean, I don't know, man. I think you should have clothes on, usually. Even shorts for me is I think that's pushing it. I don't think men should be allowed to wear shorts, ever. I think women should, I don't think they should wear shorts either. I would allow that though, you know, if I controlled society. But men should never ever, if you are a boy or a man, you should not be allowed to wear shorts. Swimming pools shouldn't exist. Okay, if you're going swimming in a lake or something, maybe. Yeah, you don't want to swim in pants. That's stupid. Maybe like wetsuits or something. So this is just pure sun beaten down after it's already been beaten down. But here it's just midday, completely open. You're not gonna have much shade here, and you've already been hiking for a while. So this is a, and it's just plain too. So this is a more brutal hike to Crooked Creek than it is to Bear Creek. I'm just gonna decree that now. It's because it's plainer, there's more sun, less shade. On the way to Bear Creek, you cross several creeks. It's really interesting and peaceful, and there's a lot of nature. But here you're just walking on a road with the sun just harping on you. Yeah, man. I'm really glad I checked this out before I rolled the dice on it. I'm already thinking that. Now, I don't think this is going to be an amazing sight either, because it's really close to that road 48. So you're going to probably hear traffic, truck sounds, and that road's usually pretty busy. So that tree's giving me a little hope here. Yeah, but this was my least favorite stretch so far. This Matt Lowry trail is just a plain. I had a feeling I wasn't gonna like the Matt Lowry trail, because the state trails just seem like they're just plain and long, but the intra trails inside the state parks, those are the ones I really like. But you got the, I think the Superior hiking trail that goes through some of the state parks on the North Shore. Then you got the Singing Hills, Cipher-Tu Singing Hills that goes through Cipher-Tu Lake State Park. The sun is just beating down. I'm not a really big sun guy either. Oh, this is probably really healthy. This is a good time of the year to have the sun beat on you, though. It's going to beat on you. If this was July or August, I'd be in for some severe sunburning. That means the hike out of here the next day would be rough. If you're donning a heavy pack or a ruck with sunburn on your shoulders, it's not enjoyable. I might be a little presumptuous, but I'm already thinking, like, I probably won't backpack camp at any of these sites ever. I am being presumptuous. Things can't change. Like the Bear Creek one, it didn't blow my mind when I got there, you know. Like when I went to Jay Cook yesterday, the second site that I saw, it just completely blew my mind away. I couldn't believe it. And it wasn't that far of a hike, and the trail was more, it was more enjoyable, more scenic. I guess when you're comparing those two, this one and that one, it's not a fair comparison. It's like putting a pro league team against a high school team almost. Not to hate on this one in any way, I'm just saying, it's my experience. Just fresh experience in life here now. I was there yesterday. I was at the other backpack site at this park 2 weeks ago. This is all what I'm thinking as I'm experiencing it. The thing is, these backpack sites don't appear to be accessible in the winter. They don't allow that. And these just seem like they'd be more ideal to winter. They really do. With a pulk and maybe skiing with a pulk. It seems like they're actually more treacherous in the summer than they are the winter. If you got skis or snowshoes and a pulk, you know what you're doing. You're going to be able to make these hikes. You'll be fine. In the summer here, it's brutal. You'd still know what you're doing probably if you could do all that. But there's just, man, there's probably a lot of people that have no idea what they're getting in themselves into when it comes to these sites. So I hope this helps a lot of people. I'm not trying to scare you away, but if you don't know what you're doing and you haven't done this before, do not backpack at these sites. Get your experience level up a little. Get ready. Make sure you know the time of the year. Make sure you know what you need during that time of the year. Bring as little amount of gear as you know you can have a fun trip with. If you know what you're doing and you're bringing someone who's never done this before, don't bring them to this one. Don't be a dunce. Hey, little buddy. How you doing? Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Hey. Come here. This guy's being nice to me. I gotta leave him a treat, man. Come here, buddy. You're not supposed to do this. I don't care. I don't care. You can lick it. You can feed a dog, you can feed a squirrel. Here, buddy. I got you, buddy. There you go, buddy. There you go, buddy. Take care, buddy. I don't feed dogs either, by the way. If I did, though, I'd probably feed them dark chocolate. In case you're wondering. Too many people have too many dogs, and they're psychologically they terrorize me. I hear them bark all the time. I hear them whining all the time. It's a torment. So I say we need more theobromine in the dog community. More theobromine. If you have a dog and you're with it and it ever barks at someone and there's no reason for it, or it ever whines annoyingly at a campground and there's other people there, remember what I just said. And know that there is merit behind what I said. Just really hope one day that far less people will have dogs. I really do. Or dogs will slowly breed into being less annoying. It seems like it gets worse though, because people like to breed dogs, and they're just breeding the current breeds that are, a lot of them are annoying. Not all of them. But dog owners, they have this keen ability, like parents, where they can tune out the annoying sounds of their dog. Like some parents will have kids that are just really beyond annoying. And I know kids are kids. But you know what I'm saying, they have the ability to tune out some sounds because they just hear it all day. So they tune it out. I have the exact opposite of that gift. The exact opposite. Not only do I hear it more profoundly, but I'll actually hear it when it's not even happening. After I've heard it for a while, I'll still continue to hear it psychologically as though it's still happening. That's how profound it is for me. That's why I'm so passionate about it. But I'll stop on that for that topic. The sun is bright, but it's making me dark. The heat is going to work on me. So now the private property is going to be, we're running along parallel to it, about a half a mile that way. So we're closing in on Crooked Creek Camp. And we're just under 3 hours since we got here, so I said about 2.5 hours when I was kind of freeballing from my memory. It's about that. When we're all done, I will probably drive over to that road over there, MN48, right next to, and I'll point from the campsite where it is, so we can kind of hone in on it. I'll probably go there and do a quick little commentary on that area, on that road. Just kind of show you what it looks like and show you how non-practical it is to park there. But if you do have a little group of people, you might want to have maybe 2 guys hop out, maybe hike in from that road with the majority of your gear. If there's a way to meander in from there, I'm not sure if there is. You can't go over that private property, that's for sure. But I think if you go on the other side of the creek, what the I think the east side of the creek. Yeah. So the east, on 48 there, you'll be on that bridge for the creek. On the east side, you're gonna have state park. It seems it would be state park land. And on the west side, you're gonna have that private property right there. So we're gonna see here if the Crooked Creek Camp is on the east or the west side of the creek. I think it's on the east side. So you might be able to have a couple guys get out. I don't think if you were alone you'd want to get out and walk over and stash your gear there, and it doesn't seem practical. It seems more like you have a couple guys that can handle some packs, and you say, all right, pop out, go. They pop out, it takes less than 20 seconds, maybe 10 seconds, and then you do a U-turn and go back and park in the trail center, or whoever's driving, and then they hike in with the rest of the gear, which would be a lighter load. And then you meet up. By then the 2 guys would have already set up camp probably. You hit the ground running. That might be the best case scenario. 4 people. 2 people get out off that road, bring in the majority of the gear, set up camp, while the other 2 park and hike in with the rest of the gear. Say 40 pounds less or less each of gear, including water. And we're going to see if maybe we can access that creek and filter water. I just don't know, because we're kind of like in a town here, in a city, and I don't know where that water is coming from. I don't have a lot of skill in that area, limnology or whatever it is. It's one of the most important skills you could have in life, so I should probably work on that. If we ever lost the grocery stores or a water supply, I'd be pretty screwed. I'd probably resort to water that was contaminated, and it would be very painful, from what I heard. I heard this guy in the military say you don't want to mess that up. You don't want to mess up unfiltering water and unpurifying it. First you want to filter the water of all the major debris, then you want to purify it of any parasites, bacteria. They say viruses too, but I don't think viruses are what they say they are. So I tend to shy away from leveraging that term. So I say parasites and bacteria specifically. I've seen some pictures of alleged viruses, and they look really almost like robotic, like microscopic robots. They don't seem natural. And the main one everyone knows about, that looks like a sea urchin. A sea urchin. And ironically, sea urchins, they do something called a test. It's kind of like when they plant the seed, something to that effect. It's been a while since I've talked about it, but it's something to that effect. And when that fake thing came out several years ago, everyone was doing testing. I got a funny feeling that even though that it was a random number generator, the test itself was a random number generator, it was potentially putting a test, or a type of sea urchin creature test, inside of their body. Oh, it's kind of creepy. So I can't fear social shame. You gotta do the right thing. You gotta be who you are. You gotta follow your heart. You can't be stupid though. But at the same time, you can't be stupid and trying to not be stupid. We haven't seen anybody out here yet. You know, when I was on the road up here, I was passing the lame casino, and I saw this guy walking on the side of the road, and he interested me deeply because he's walking on the side of the road where he normally wouldn't. He had this look to him. I looked at him, and he could just feel my look. He looked right back at me, and his senses were up. I seen him walking along that road by the casino back there. He's carrying something, some kind of, it's a weird, like I don't even know how to describe it. It wasn't like a backpack or anything. Maybe it was like a stand, a case for a camera stand or something. He's doing photography. We're approaching the intersection here. There should be a vault toilet, and we could take a right and head towards St. John's Landing, which is relatively close, about a mile away. Or we can just keep going straight past the vault toilet and take a left about a quarter mile ahead from there, and that'll head us towards Crooked Creek Camp. We are almost there. It was about a 3-hour hike. One way. There we go, got some human activity. It's possible they're coming from Crooked Creek Camp. but it wasn't reserved. So I'll see what kind of gear they have, and if it looks like they have the camp gear, I'm going to ask them. I doubt it though. I'm not sure where they originated from. So there's really no parking areas over in this vicinity. So it's possible they hiked out here on this same road earlier. It looked like they were really prepared for a day hike. They looked a little too bundled up though for what I'm experiencing out here. Pretty warm out here. There we go. All right, so we got a sign here. Okay. Crooked Creek Camp. Helipad evac site. So they got one over by Bear Creek Camp as well. But is this the Crooked Creek Camp itself? Right here? The SOS only. No, we're not by it. It's up higher, allegedly. Down this road and up to the left, like I thought. So I don't know why. Maybe this is just pointing in this direction. And this is just the helipad evac site here. Okay, so let's go this way. We're almost there. If this is the site, I'd be extraordinarily disappointed. I don't think it is though. There's the vault toilet. So this looks totally different, the layout, than what I emphasized in my mind's eye. We're coming back this way, so we'll check this vault toilet out on the way back. These stupid little plates everywhere are really irritating. It's so lame. Whoever did that, you are lame. God, that is lame. I gotta put staples in the wooden pole. That is so stupid. It's supposed to be a park for everybody. It's not just supposed to be for certain people, you know. It's really annoying. That being said, I guess the state parks are for certain people, in a sense. You know, like a honeysuckle smell out here, I think. A bittersweet smell. Now, I don't know if they're gonna make you use that toilet for this Crooked Creek Camp, or if they have a latrine here. I'm thinking they will have a latrine, but I'm also thinking maybe they're just gonna take the easy route and just say, oh, I'll just use that one there. water looks a little stagnant over here and here, so you might have a lot of mosquitoes. They really littered this state park with these colorful pieces of tape or whatever they are. It's really annoying. It's really sad they do that. Yeah, this looks like stagnant water. Like it just sits there for the most part. A lot of flies in here. Feeling the flies hit me. I think the horse poop would probably attract more flies or invite them to exist here more. So Bear Creek has a bridge similar to this over Bear Creek, but it's not really by the backpack site per se, but it is in one of the potential places you might park, which is a really closer location. If you're able to park there, you never know which gates they're going to have open or closed. I thought I heard voices down here. It is possible there are people at this site. Yeah, there are people here fishing, it looks like. Crooked Creek, there it is. Crooked Creek. Oh, we are at Crooked Creek. Makes me really thirsty whenever I hear water, like see it like that, especially in the summer. Hey. Maybe trout fishing, maybe. Okay, so the campsite should be just up here. We got SOS only, no cell signal. Yeah, so there should be a latrine in this campsite here. Stagnant water, so you're probably gonna have a lot of mosquitoes out over in this area. I still haven't put my sternum strap back on, so I'm feeling good. The longer you can go without feeling discomfort and having to adjust the sternum strap, the better. Sometimes, depending on how heavy your gear is and how long you're going and the terrain you're traveling over, will dictate. Well, it's a good technique though to know the adjusting, the taking on and off of the sternum strap, tightening it up, loosening it up, and just taking it off, and rotating between those modalities as you hike. That'll help with the chest and the traps, upper body, shoulders, that help them get through it. It's kind of like you're letting one muscle rest while you're working on another one for a while. It's kind of like that, working the antagonistic muscle. Yeah, look at that. It's like a mosquito hatchery. I'm thinking the flies and the mosquitoes here are insane. And here you're treated to an uphill, pretty steep uphill also. Given the journey we've been on already. So this is where I'm really, given my exercise for the day, this is where I'm really going to start burning the calories. So I've been wet fasting pretty much the whole time. No dry food, only some water. And we should have hiked over 5 miles at this point. It doesn't matter what I eat tonight, I will not get fatter. That I can tell you. It doesn't matter what I eat tonight, I will not get fatter. That I can tell you. Those plates are so annoying. Alright, let's check it out. We're almost there. Even more uphill in direct sunlight. This is not a kind backpack site to get to. This might be my least favorite backpack site I've ever been to so far. See what it looks like. I got a feeling it's not going to deliver though. I give it a 20% chance it'll deliver. This is brutal. Just never ends. My heavy breathing is a tool for you. You can see kind of a level of exercise I'm going through. I did my blood pressure check 2 days ago and I'm 115/75. And I haven't had a cigarette in 13 years next month. So I'd say I'm pretty healthy. Even for my age, which isn't too bad. I'm at the age now where everything goes well. I could probably live my life all the way over again. Given the average human lifespan. You got more of a mild incline, not so bad. A little bit of shade trying. The midday sun won't allow it for the most part. Nice breeze. Well, this is the warmer months though, it'd be a lot more stressful. Have a lot more insects antagonizing you the whole time in the heat. If you don't have a cloud in the sky like now, man, brutal. This is still a road, so they can drive in firewood, it would seem. If they do that. See, hiking to both of these campsites in one day and hiking back to wherever you started is extraordinarily non-practical. You got to be someone who really knows what they're doing, has a lot of experience to pull that off, in my opinion. Yeah, or you could just be really athletic, really healthy. If you're one of those people that are good at running for long periods of time, you could probably do it with almost no gear. You could run them and probably cover it. But I mean, just regular hiking with some gear. Not totally out of shape, but not extraordinarily in shape either. Alright, this is where the Crooked Creek Loop begins, just off of the campsite. This is a neat little loop. So if you get here and you're not too exhausted, you may want to check out this Crooked Creek Trail Loop. It's about 2.5 miles. And I am interested in checking that out. It's not practical today though. I don't want to push it, and I don't have to. And I would presume that that trail, that loop, is more interesting than the Matt Lowry trail, the stuff we've seen, a lot of what we've seen coming up here. Just based on what I'm seeing here, I would guess that it's more interesting. Not as plain. Actually hiked on literal plains that felt less plain than the hike in here. Not a lot of it, but it might just be fatigue catching up with me mentally and physically a little. So the hike just keeps going here. I thought we were almost there twice already. It is a ways. I thought I was going to be at the top of the hill. I'm tempted to just take the tank off on the way back. The problem is I need some kind of fabric between my body and the pack. Otherwise it'll just get too wet, slippery. And the merino wool is the best fabric to have. This hat I have is a little looser when I don't have the balaclava on the top of my head, hunkering it in better. So I do have 2 other hats that are smaller sizes. I'm probably going to have to bust one of those out for the next trip. I've adopted this hat as my winter hat because of its size. It just works well with the body cam, and holds it in place well when I have the balaclava on, and sometimes the hoods as well. Works good. So I'm definitely craving a break, that's for sure. Kind of doing are we there yet in my mind a lot. We're going to have a left turn up here soon, and the camp should be straight ahead. More of a honeysuckle fragrance. There we go. That's better. I feel bad I ripped that plate off now. Well, I shouldn't. I'm gonna nick that first photo I took, and I'm gonna go with this one. There's two of them. Wow. Kind of overdid the signs here. I like the broken one. I'm gonna go with the picture on that one. Okay. There it is. There it is. This is the entry point. Alright, so this is a scout of the Crooked Creek Camp backpack / hiking site here at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota, in Pine County. And this is the largest state park in Minnesota. From the parking area, the all-season trail center, to here, it took me, wow, about 5.5 miles roughly to get here, just one way. Well, let's take a look. The hiking just never ends to get here. It goes on and on. I'm starting to think maybe you can ATV into these sites. That would make a lot more sense. If you could ATV into them. I don't see why Gina wouldn't have told me that. Like, people would usually ATV into them. She figured she'd say that. But I'm starting to get that impression, given how far away they are. But on the reservation page, it does say hike in. It seems like they took these hiking sites kind of far, as far as their distance from where you park. Oh, it just keeps going and going. It's like you're never there already, you know? It's crazy. That container of water I have is coming up short. I probably want 2 of them at this point. That's not good. If this was summer, like really hot summer, it's gonna be pretty rough going back. But it should be not too bad though today. Wow, it just keeps going. And there's another turn up here. More uphill. So we're in a trough right now. And we're almost there yet. Wow. Some more uphill action. Whew. This is a brutal hike in. I wasn't saying that about the other one. That was long. This one was just more something about it. Oh, there's another sign. Okay. So this is where you go to get to Crooked Creek itself. So it looks like we're not along the creek. A courtesy bench here. Which would be baked in the sun this time of day. Foliage would grow in. The view. Oh, yeah, there's a view though. So that looks like you're gonna get ticks going in there. That reminds me when I was at Man Trap Lake, or Man Trap Campground. I can't even hear the creek from here. Oh, there it is. There's the campsite. That took a long time. So just like the Bear Creek campsite, this has a structure here, just like that one. It looks like it's like a porch style walling. And there are like cots in there, it would seem, or you could put air mattresses on top of. I've never really seen that anywhere else other than the other backpack site here. And it kind of has like a group camp vibe to it. But there's a tremendous slant in it of it, which is probably obvious from here. Lots of firewood, so that is awesome right there. Here we are, but the whole thing is on a big slant. Man. Okay. Just right in the open, there's no shade. You have these structures here, but I don't want to be in a structure when I'm camping. Unless it's pouring out or something. But this is phenomenal wood here. Might need to chop some of it up for some kindling maybe to get the fire going. People might have cast the tents there, but there's a slant. Look at these structures here. I can't set up, I can't have a picnic even here without it being in direct sunlight. There's another camera. That's good. Got some wood here holding this door in, so this comes open easily. So there's 3 doors. Yeah, that's what I saw at the other one. So you got these where I would assume you'd put your air mattress on or your sleeping mat, which I'm not accustomed to that. So if you're willing to roll the dice and go with this, you wouldn't need to bring a tent, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how much I like it in here though. Nothing really feels home sweet home like my tent. And there's probably going to be big spiders, bigger ones, more than likely, and probably mice also. I wouldn't want to deal with that. I really don't have to deal with big spiders or mice inside of my tent ever. So I'm pretty sharp with keeping it sealed. Alright, so it's this here. Looks like there is it's probably a latrine, but they call it a toilet. They're doing that at J. Cook as well. It's not a toilet, it's a latrine. We'll take a look at that in a second. Oh man, it's just so open. Alright. Let's see. A little breezier in here. So I think this would probably be the better one for the wind. Yeah, definitely breezier in here. I could feel the breeze. Yeah, it's cool in here. Okay. And they got 2 of them at the other one as well, just like this. Now, I'm not sure if these structures have a special name or something. Let's check out the latrine. There we go. Now that is a latrine, or the thunderbox, as Sally Sunthala would call it. The courtesy wall where it matters. It doesn't look like there's any way into here from the road that would make sense. So we're in the camp now. So the road is that way. So you're not getting through this. You might be able to if you're Legends, Marines or something. I mean, you're bushwhacking your way through. But you're probably looking at maybe a mile of bushwhacking through this with topography and everything. And probably water as well. And Crooked Creek is this way, but as you can see, we don't see any creek here. We're not along a creek. So the Crooked Creek name is a deceptive name, in my opinion. All right. I don't like being in direct sunlight. That's all I've been in the whole time I've been here. So I'm gonna have to get out of the sun for a second when I take a break. I wanted to break at that picnic table, but it's not happening. I can't continue to be in direct sunlight because it's just been too long already and I need to take a break from it. So I'm gonna go in the windier one here. It's cooler. Oh, loud door slam, beware of that. Take the pack off. Ah. Whew. Hopefully there's no massively huge spiders underneath that are come running up. They might. I don't have a psychological effect from it. I'm definitely gonna have one Noka. I might have two actually. Even though it's kind of stupid to not have at least one on me in case something happens. But I'm pretty smoked right now and I need to, I don't have enough nuts in water either. So, I'll take the chest rig off for a second. Try to evaporate some moisture. Ooh-ah. Oh wow, I'm gonna take the balaclava off. That probably wasn't helping with heat. Alright, so just right now I'm just gonna say I'm not, this site was it's worse than what I was thinking. I had low expectations and they actually went lower than that. So I'm really glad I don't have a camp here. Oh gosh, look at the sweat from my pack. Alright. I'm gonna air out my feet, try to mitigate the blisters. I'm probably sure sunburn maybe rash, I don't know yet at this point. I'll find out tonight and tomorrow I guess. So I did get sunburn. It was later in the day after the scout. It's pretty brutal. So it's pretty brutal. Oh wow, it's pretty brutal. And no ticks on me so far, so that's good. And yeah, so it worked out. It was a good one. Don't matter, whatever. I'll recover. So that was kind of that hike got a little brutal there. Oh gosh. Alright, what time we got here? 1:26. 3.5 hours. It took so it's about an hour more than I was thinking. And I wasn't dawdling. There probably wasn't more. If we just took the Matt Lowry trail, we probably would have just got it right here. Probably a half hour sooner. But I wanted to take another trail. So. We'll be here for, I don't know, I'm probably going to go at least 10 minutes, maybe 15. Gotta let my feet air out. Taking the insoles out helps. Evaporation. The insoles covered with merino wool socks for padding and moisture absorption. Oh man, I've been craving that for a while. Got one Noka right now. Probably have another one too. But there's a little moisture in this. Like 5 grams of plant protein. For my first meal of the day. 7 miles even, so 6.7 miles. Well, we hiked 6.7 miles, I guess. So we pivoted from the plan. We went around that other trail that added time. That's what it was. So for the hike in here, you probably don't want to take the route we took, though you can. But the way back, we're going to do a more straightforward Matt Lowry. We're going to do a dedicated Matt Lowry. So it probably will not be, it'll probably be very plain. But we got a plain view no matter what. Sometimes plain view is a good thing. So the hike back, I'm assuming it's going to be the same route you'd want to take the hike in here as well, from the trail center. It looks like parking off of that highway there and dropping your gear off and bringing it in. It's not practical. And then hike down to Crooked Creek where that sign is pointing. It looks so grown in. It doesn't even, and it looks steep. Once everything grows in, you're probably for sure gonna come out with ticks, probably. So going to the creek isn't even really a practical thing at Crooked Creek Camp. It's a nice bird out there though. It's a beautiful area. You're really by yourself. Really private out here. The private property isn't too close. It's over there on the other side of the creek, so that's not an issue. I do hear the road in the distance. So you will hear like the white noise of the road, and you might hear trucks jake braking maybe. There are some homes around here though, so I'm thinking most of the truckers won't be piggish and do jake braking. They'll be respectful. Wow. So the bird out here interested. You know, these are nice structures though. And it's probably really amazing to be in here in like a rainstorm. Though the wind would blow, it would blow the rain in. So you're gonna get wet. So I would not want to be without my tent. And there's like no level ground here either. You have the one fire pit in the middle there. It's all the way down though. So you'd have to bend over to put wood in, and that's not good for my back or my knees. So I don't like those kind of fire pits either. One picnic table and 2 wooden benches are out there. So we'll see those when we walk around, when we leave. Taking my time here. Man, after hikes like this, the water is just such a precious thing. Insane. I'm gonna eat some more of these hot green peas I got from A2 at work. Really good guy. He's got a really good heart. I guess he's a good kid technically. I think he's in his 20s. But he's not like the average Zoomer who's just a piece of trash. He's a really good guy. He's got a good work ethic and a good heart. Hopefully that carries on through his children. We got these at the Asian store, I think. Any members of the Hmong community are watching? How you doing? You got your good old Mika out here right now. Thanks for being with me. You know, I miss all those Hmong people I used to work with, man. I miss them. I was a little wild and crazy, but some of the best group of people I've ever known. The Hmong community. Don't really work around a lot of them anymore. That's life. Bachi Dao. I like how they got a broom in here. A nice one too. I wonder if Gina put that here. And so these hot green peas are really good. If you ever find yourself at the Asian store, probably in St. Paul, maybe East St. Paul, maybe, I recommend you pick up some of these. Really good. Here it's got raw cashews, raw almonds, a little bit of seasoned roasted cashews, and some peanuts, roasted salted peanuts. If you ever find yourself at Target in the nut aisle, you might want to pick up those and just make a little mixture of it yourself. Pretty good. Stopped getting the pistachios because they haven't been in stock that much lately, and the price went up kind of a lot. I don't know. So. I don't like when people talk with their mouth full, but I haven't done it in a few years, so I figured why not. Well, we are having a pretty cool moment here though at the Crooked Creek camp. I thought it was going to be along the creek though. Bear Creek to it, it's not on the creek. You have to hike to it from the camp. I can't drink all my water because in case I have to take some medicine or something before I get back to the vehicle, I have to make sure I got at least a couple sips to swallow it. I don't like swallowing pills dry, it's not fun. I'm just going to go ahead and roll the dice and polish this one off now. There's a risk I might need it from here to the vehicle. I'm a little bit, I'll be okay, and I'm going to need the energy. This is a cherry acai noca. The first one I had was the strawberry banana. Oh. A little bit of hot spots developing on my right ring finger toe. But drying my feet out will help help reduce that, so you can catch that before it becomes a blister. It'll reduce and go away. It'll build back up though on the hike back, which I plan to go a little quicker, which will accelerate it. So I'll be okay with that though. I'll be able to recover tomorrow probably. I'm already getting anxious to get going. These backpack sites at this St. Croix State Park, they are no joke. To get to them, there's no joke. And they're really not that amazing either. My trying to knock on them or anything, but they're not that spectacular. Like all the effort you have to do to get to them, it's like I was at J Cook yesterday, and it wasn't far less effort than it was here. I got the all four of them, in the same effort it took to get to just this one here. And all of them were better. All of them were amazing. But these are unique because you might be able to ATV in here. I should probably call Gina and ask her. Man, I wish I had a whole other one of these. Man, got a ration it. Cool little birds out here though. Trying to identify them. They're not chirping enough. Still airing my feet out a little. Alright, so we do have SOS only here, so there's no cell reception either. So, again, give it another demerit for that. It's good to have cell signal if you can have it. So. Yeah, it's good to escape having a cell phone and everything, but it's just for practical reasons. You gotta have discipline. It's just a tool, so it's better to have reception. Just discipline yourself and don't veg out on it. There's SOS only. There's a helicopter pad over there. Seems kind of extreme. I've never seen that anywhere else, the helicopter pad. Other than the other backpack site here, of course. So both of them have a helicopter pad like within a mile of the campsite. This one seems to be in better shape than the one at the Bear Creek. That just looked like a crater, like a meteor hit it. This one had like picnic tables there and everything. I thought it was the campsite actually. Ooh. So the hike out of here, once we finish backtracking, we get to that point I called out a long time ago now. We're going to be on that Matt Lowry shell. We're going to see everything on the way back. It'll be the main shell to get out of here. So we're going to get moving again. That was almost 15 minutes. Whew. Wow. I'm going to leave my thermals on my legs, actually. It's good protection from ticks, also. There's a chance it'll be out here. So it looked like, sorry, this campsite's reserved tonight, it looked like. Both of them were reserved for tonight. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe they really are reserved. Ooh. Ooh, getting chilly now. Feeling the wet sweat from my gear and that breeze. Oh, I'm definitely cooled off. I think the biggest risk is going to be my feet on the way back. Getting hot spots, blistering. But I'm pretty good at mitigating that nowadays. We'll see how it goes. Made this cool little thing to hold in the tassels here so they don't clank around. Really proud of that. I got one on the other side too in case I want to do it on the other side. Alright. Flip that lip in case it rains. Should probably open it up anyways and get the shell layer out. Ooh, still. Ooh, so I had a little sting of cold from the sweat. Alright, shoulders are sore, feet are a little sore. Everything else is okay. I'm nourished, I'm hydrated, feeling good. Okay, thank you, buddy. Thank you for the rest. Alright, so this is the Crooked Creek Camp backpack / hike-in site here at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota. And this is the largest state park in Minnesota, and Hinckley is located in Pine County. Let's see what's going on over here. This is where Bigfoot would probably be if it existed. Okay, now we know. There's like no place to put a tent. I can't believe it. It's just on a big hill. I wonder why they decided to make this a backpack site. Honestly. Like ready to get the fire going right there. That's nice. There's no moving grill. It doesn't really matter to me that much. Okay. I'm gonna wipe my glasses real quick. And shoulders are getting pretty sore from the straps of the chest rig in the pack and the weight of the gear, which isn't too much. There's really no spot for a tent. It's crazy. I guess you could right here. It's just everywhere's just slanted. I usually don't see something like this. Yeah, there's like a slant like everywhere. Alright, so now we know. I was thinking to be right along the creek and everything. That's okay though. Alright. Alright, take care, buddy. Thank you. So I guess the goal is to get back by 5 p.m., which is really late. If we can get back before 5 p.m., I think that'd be kind of cool. If we're going just on that Matt Lowry, we'd probably be able to do it. I'm gonna take a quick gander at this. Thorns. Thorns. Yep, thorns. The bright red ones have the thorns. Thorns have just surrounded by thorns. Wow, this trail's crazy. This trail's at like a 7 or an 8 out of 10. This trail's crazy. Oh, wow. Really, these inclines, declines are not good on the toes and the feet and blisters. But I gotta take a look since I'm here. I don't even hear the creek or nothing. Wow. Make sure the trail's visible on the way back. Wow, losing the trail right here. Okay. Alright, there we go. It's right there. It wasn't too bad. I think it is. White-tailed deer. Thorns. Oh, that wasn't the creek that I thought I saw. Maybe this is. There we go. That wasn't too bad. There it is. See if the campsite was along here. God. I can definitely hear vehicles in the distance. Yeah, you'd risk snakes and wildlife out here more, but you'd almost just want to throw a tent down in here somewhere maybe. It'd be pretty brutal though. Probably not safe. I'm not sure how high this water rises at times. Really no practical area for a tent down here either. You know, getting water down here, filtered water down here, be challenging. It's not easy to get down there. Probably have to have a bottle tied to a string or a paracord, throw it in there, collect it, pick it up, and then filter it from there. You can't really just go down and collect it. There might be a more practical spot along here to do that, maybe along there, but I'm not going to take all day figuring that out. Well, yeah, this is a look at the creek down here anyways. That's kind of a little bonus. But in the summertime when this all fills in, it's just going to be a lot of insects and probably ticks. It looks like at times the water may go up to here at times, or it has. It's definitely buggy in here. And this is early May, second day of May. Like this isn't even, it's nothing compared to what it probably will be. Yeah, they're just trying to fly in my ear and everything. Okay, get back on track. Under the trees. Pretty steep. All right. Whew. Look. Yeah, we got a tick. Look. Here we got a tick. I told you. It's Tick City. They just disappear. There he is. I'm trying to identify him. It says dog ticks. Hardback ticks, there it is. American dog tick. That little bugger. I told you that was Tick City. Oh, there's another one on me. There's another one right here. Well, I can't even flick them off. And I got another one. Another one right here. They're dog ticks. Absolute insanity. I saw like 3 of them on me, right? So like 3 of them. I told you. I got another little one on me. Check this out. There's a little baby one right here. Wow. Wow. It's everywhere. It's Tick City. I'm trying to get as many of them off of me as I can identify. That way it's less risk. I'm gonna tuck my tank into my thermal to try to protect them from getting into my skin. Because there might be more on me that I just can't detect. That last one I saw was a really, really little one. I told you, man. Tick City. Whew. Wow. That's a good thing about having pants with a solid color. It isn't a camo pattern, is you can identify the shape of the insects easier, specifically ticks. That's where camo patterns come up short. So the ghillie on my pack is doing me a disservice right now. But there probably aren't any on my pack. They came up, when I brush along the brush with my legs, that's usually where they come on. Usually. Go check my do-rag. There's a big risk going down there. Any of them end up embedding themselves in my skin later. I'm gonna really regret have gone down there. So I think I'm clear now. Chest rig. The ghillie on the chest rig will hide them easier, to be harder to make out. See, this stuff happens. So if you're already out here and you're tired, and you're low on water, and you've been dealing with bugs, next thing you know you're covered in ticks, then what? It's pretty crazy. I don't recommend you use permethrin because it can damage small creatures, their nervous system, like cats. It's high risk. But there's situations where you might just want to go with it, depending on your circumstance. Just checking for ticks on the hat. That dog tick was actually it had a beautiful design on it, actually. Looking for the shape of ticks on my pack under the ghillie. This is where the ghillie is a bad idea. I might actually stop using ghillie in the warmer months for that reason. Okay, we're gonna press on now. So you can see we had a little bit of a detour there because we had to check. And there might still be a couple on me. What you gotta just do is just do the best you can to check. I mean, I'm not gonna strip butt naked and look in every orifice, but you just do your best to check. Just remove them. Some of them I couldn't even flick off. Like my fingers, like 5 times the size of their body, and I'm flicking them, and they're still holding on. And even sometimes when you smush them, it doesn't kill them. You gotta like give them a lighter, flame from a lighter. So when I get home, I'm gonna look again. Wow. That's the thing. That's the first time I identified a tick with the C-cap. Oh, we got cell service now all of a sudden. Yeah, American dog tick. It's still spinning its wheels on that screen because they had low signal. Wow, American dog tick. I got some pictures of it and some video of it. So that's kind of neat. I'm really glad though I know how to tell what a tick is now. I wasn't sure what they were for sure. But once you see what they look like and you know them, your brain just reacts when it sees them in real life going forward. It's just like, there it is, there it is. Got like these craggy curved arms. They're essentially an arachnid slash beetle. Those are the biggest threat. out of all the wildlife, in my opinion, at all the state parks in Minnesota are the various ticks. And this time of year, they start coming to life. I actually didn't expect to see them to a certain extent. Although obviously, as I called out, I was aware of the probability. I'm really glad I got the thermal layer. Look at that. Wow. That bird just passed through the sun and created a huge shadow. Wow. So we're starting to encounter some wildlife here. Had the deer, then the ticks, and that bird. Various insects, butterflies. Kind of neat. Alright, so we're making the long trek back to the vehicle. Hopefully there's no horse poop on or around it. And I'm thinking it should be about 6 miles back. 7.4. So we're at about 6.5 miles now. So 7.4 is kind of the starting point mileage here. And I'm just subtracting the mileage I had before I got here as well. I'm thinking out loud. So 7.4 miles. So we should be at about, as a total, about 13.5 miles total for the day when we get back to the vehicle. Just gonna keep my eyes peeled for ticks meandering on me. I'm really glad I kept that thermal layer on my legs as well, because I got my socks pulled all the way up, about half shin, and then my thermal layer goes over my socks, and then I got my pants cuffed over my boots, which you've probably seen me doing that after the break. That's one of the reasons I do that. So it would be difficult for them to make their way into my just the dead skin on my leg. And as I mentioned in another video, that happened to me once, where at the very top of my sock there was like a tick squished in the elastic, like he made its way up there and he's just trying to get into the skin, and he eventually perished. He just couldn't pull it off. It was just too much of an effort. So you make them jump through all those hoops and make them earn it, and hopefully by the time they get to where they want to get, you identify them and catch them and you can get rid of them. That's another reason why I'd want to be in a tent. Although sometimes if you go into a tent and you got ticks on you, that can be a little bit of a nightmare. Because then they're just walking around, and it's kind of hard to sleep peacefully because you don't know if one of them's just walking on you and you can't feel them. And flies are really picking up. We should be in the 60s by now, right? Oh no, no service. Last check was 55 degrees 2 hours ago. No internet connection. I'm willing to guess it's about 62 degrees right now. Now I'm starting to wish I don't have the thermal layer on. Now I'm getting hotter. Okay, we came in this way. Here we go. This is that Crooked Creek Trail loop here. So that entry point down there, we'll pass it in a second, but it comes out here. And that goes right up to gate 18, right along 48, Minnesota 48, right up here. And incidentally, right along that road, there's a gas station over there, allegedly. It says gas, there's a gas icon, after Alma Razor Road, near Lake Alma. Well, yeah, now you know. So when we get to the vehicle and we drive out of here, I think I will drive to that area, that side of the road, and I'll kind of point in the direction. Just kind of checking a little more there. Thought I felt some pull on my chest. And you're going to have psychological effects as well when you encounter the ticks. This hike back, I'm just going to kind of stay focused, steady pace. And technically I could be picking up ticks at any time along these trails, considering the grass here, which isn't too tall, but still. I might actually clip that tick encounter. We'll see what happens. That was kind of interesting, actually. When I scouted the Man Trap campground. I think it's Paul Bunyan State Forest. I keep conflating the different state forest names though. That was like a 3-hour, 4-hour ride home after that, and when I was there, I went on a little trail similar to that was really grown in, but yeah, 3 to 4 hours in my vehicle on the way home. And then when I get home, I look down and I see ticks on me. So they're on me the whole time in the vehicle, and I had like a psychological meltdown. So there was a bunch of them, and I'm like, oh my god. That worked out. But actually I wear earbuds, and I stuffed the wire under my do-rag, but that wire was too tight the whole time, and it cut off circulation to my ear, and I didn't notice it. So when I noticed that tick, I then noticed that my ear was numb as well, and it wasn't from the ticks, but I thought it was because I never felt that before. And I've been wearing those earbuds the same way for years, with the do-rag and everything, with the wire stuffed up. So I thought one of them ticks got in my ear, and I had a total psychological meltdown. I was like sweating, and it was crazy. So you gotta try to just be aware of the fact, like okay, you're probably gonna have psychological effects. You're gonna panic way more than you need to. Just be aware of it, and that helps. It helps you calm down and stay focused. Look for them focused calmly. Don't get nervous, don't start shaking, don't expend energy, don't think irrationally. Even though it is kind of terrifying, just put that out of your mind. You have a job at hand, focus on the job, do the job. So the idiot that went around stapling these plates dropped these staples here. That's stupid. These people are so stupid. They stapled these. God, it's so stupid. Wow. Yeah, that is so stupid. I almost want to file a complaint about that, like how idiotic it is. They're just littering the park. What if a horse steps on that, guys? I mean, come on. They're your precious horses. Probably wouldn't matter. Ah, they're so idiotic. I can't even believe they approved that. I can almost feel the glazed donut sugar from the fat lady's hand that dropped this. Man. So the ticks were kind of actually had a beautiful design on them. I'm really happy that the app was able to identify them specifically as the dog ticks. There might be a lot of ticks this year. It was a cold night last night. It's gonna be cold tonight, cold all week in the night, and they're still coming out. Now I heard that turkeys eat ticks also. So ever got like turkeys in your yard or something, just leave them. They'll eat the ticks if they're there. Tempted to pull out one of my trash bags and just pull off all the plates as I walk back and just put them in the trash bag and then drop them off in the frickin' horse area and say, here you go, stupids, quit pigging up the park. Wow, God, it's dumb. This is one of them steep inclines we went up to get there. It's basically a road the whole way there. These declines and these inclines are rough on the blister. They create blisters quicker. Pushing on the sock, pushing forward with the feet, the friction, the moisture. So I'm just being aware of it, being cognizant of each step. Just do another quick check for ticks. You know, there's flies that keep tapping me and touching me as well, so that adds to the psychological effects of encountering the ticks. There we go. There's a lot of stupidity happening over here. So the village idiot that was stapling this trash throughout this beautiful state park dropped these. I'll just leave these here for one of the other village idiots that runs this park to collect it, if they have the integrity to do so. God, unbelievable. Sometimes people do the dumbest things in society. They just turd the punch bowl for everyone else. they're just taking it too far, you know. That might have something to do with why both those backpack sites are blocked off for tonight. I'm thinking maybe. Because I haven't seen any horse action here, and it looks like they're gearing it up for a lot of horse action. So this is kind of like a really big horse park. I'm starting to get that impression. Speaking of which, Fort Ridgely, which I believe is the 4th state park established, has a what's called a farmhouse that you can reserve, and I think it's an equestrian thing. And that's really intriguing to me because I don't see that anywhere else. But you can like reserve a farmhouse, kind of like you would reserve a cabin or a campsite. I remember my sister thinking she was going to do that. She's like goes to camper cabins with her family. She was thinking she was going to do that, and I told her, I was like, I think it's like a horse thing, so there might be like geared for horses. There might be like horse manure there, and it might not be the good idea if you don't have a horse. So she steered away from it. I was actually going to scout it one day, but when I got there, to that park, there were people there, so I had to bail on going in there and looking around. Yeah, farmhouse at Fort Ridgely State Park. And there appeared to be a little equestrian campground right next to it as well. That's kind of like the horse area. And Lake Louise State Park, right at the south central part of the state, right near the Iowa border, has a little quaint little horse camp there as well. Lake Louise State Park has really awesome hiking there. Really awesome. If you ever get a chance to hike there, like all around the whole thing, I'd recommend you do it. Camping there is a little it's pretty close quarters. If you're gonna camp there, you might want to do it on a day during the week when other people probably won't be there, and it's not open all year either. So I actually have a scout of that campground, ironically. So if you're interested, you can check out the campground there, and that includes the horse campground, the group camp, everything you can reserve there. Lake Louise State Park Scout. I actually got a speeding ticket on my way home from there. That was my first speeding ticket in like 15 years. I was overdue. I was crushing pretty hard. I wasn't even going over 90 though, you know. I was like, that's nothing. I think my highest was 111 in my vehicle. Anything more than that, I'm gonna do some damage unnecessarily to the tranny. This is where I do my homage to Stinkleberry, but I don't want to risk my camera falling off the ledge. He's good at doing that, putting the camera on the edge of the bridge and just walking down and letting the camera film him. And I was like, I always feel nervous when I do that, especially after a scout like this. Oh, that precious tick footage. Oh my God. I had a similar rant in the backpack scout of the Bear Creek on a similar bridge. That's interesting. I literally did do an homage to Stinkleberry on that one though. That was awesome. There was a lot of flies on top of that horse relief back there. That confirms my suspicion that it encourages the fly existence. The piles of horse excrement. So that's nice. Instead of using the paper plates and symbols and colors of tape or whatever ribbons those are, they should use the various different colors of the horse excrement they have. You could do a light brown, pale, tan to signal different directions, and that would blend in better with the scenery and be easily identifiable by horseback riders because they'd be very aware of it. But given the size of a horse, even if it's like a massive pile, it's probably just a really small one for the horse, so it was like little relief. But most horse piles that you see, if like it came from a human, it'd be like, wow, just bliss of relief. I noticed this here last time. There's this little like island, or kind of like an esker, I guess. It's kind of neat here. It's probably fly and mosquito haven. But the sun's probably just gonna beat us to death all the way back. I don't know, it looked like I was in the tropics this weekend when I go to work next week. This one guy was like, "You going home?" I was like, "Nope, I'm going camping." I don't think he knew what that word meant in English. He said, "What?" I said, "Camping." He said, "Oh, camper." Yep. Ah, that's a really nice breeze. It's almost as refreshing as another container of water would be. Whew. I probably am going to crack open a gallon when I get back. Just crush it. Not all of the gallon, but like another container of clean canteen container. Here's the helipad. Oh, and I promised we're going to look at this toilet on the way back. Dang it, now I got to do that. Look how tacky these plates look. Look. Like the lady just sat behind her kitchen counter all night with a dozen donuts and just drew all them plates. Like, it's so tacky. Wow, I've never seen one like this. Whoa! Whoa! This is unique. So this is basically a urinal here. You got the bush light, which makes sense. I'm sure he's trying to make a basket with that, but he's too stupid. I like how it says Mansfield on the on the urinal. Mansfield. I like the little screen window. It's not too hunkered in here. Looks like we have some bee activity. It's never fun. Uh-oh, that's open, so that's no bueno. Oh, we got a lot of bee activity in here, guys. Ooh, scary. So this probably becomes an absolute nightmare at times. I'm just going to leave the seat open for good measure so everything matches. A really cool bird's nest. Nice. All right. That's a cool looking one. Just checking my chest for ticks. Whew. Looking for ticks around my legs, see if any more came out of any crevices. Got the flies down there trying to pretend like they're ticks. That's the helipad. That's a nice one. Okay. Let's keep moving. You know, the scout of these sites was more arduous than I thought it was going to be, honestly. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna check the map. Alright, so this is gonna be a straight shot now. So we're just gonna take the Matt Lowry Trail and we're gonna stay on it the whole way until we get to the trail center, and then we're gonna go left into the towards the trail center, past the horse campers, where we came in. So just a steady pace, all good thoughts, don't think of water, breathe properly, don't talk too much. So I don't got any camps reserved in June yet. Just because I'm kind of waiting to see what Zipple Bay looks like here. 1 week from today, at this time, I'll probably have a good idea which side I'm going to go with, and then I'll probably reserve it for in June if I'm able to, or as soon as I can. And if I can't get the one I'm looking for, I need to flex and go with another one. The main objective is to camp there. Whether it's comfortable or not, I have to camp there, and Lake Bronson, and then Old Mill and Franz Evne, the final four. The Franz Evne and Old Mill should happen this month. So Zipple Bay and Lake Bronson, hopefully in June. I kind of don't want to push it out past June, because I want to put a bow on it as a goal. It's a several year goal actually. Before this year, before we get to July. But that's a flex goal, so if we get to July, August, and even September, which I think they actually close around September, so I think August is probably the dead latest. I should, if I don't do by then, I might need to wait till next year. And if that happens, something else might happen, and then it will never happen, you know, so I just got to make it happen. You'll hear a jet engine pretty high up. Oh, there it is, the chemtrail. I hear the jet engine. So those chemtrails aren't really lasting, so those are probably just contrails. When they sit up there and they last forever though, and they spread out and they grow, those are chemtrails specifically. So there's a difference between the two. They're not one and the same. When people call them chemtrails, it's not the same as a contrail. Doesn't matter, it's probably just a big wormhole anyways. More dangling carrots. Ah, so the porcupine was the big one at the Bear Creek camp, and the dog ticks were the big one at the Crooked Creek camp. I would have avoided them if I didn't go down that trail, and I did call it out. Like, that's tick city. You're gonna pick up ticks probably. I really didn't think this time of year though, this early. Yeah, well, you can still be out. That being said, probably after the second week of April, that's probably when I'd be like, the probability starts increasing after that point. Each day gets higher and higher. They'll probably start peaking out the 3rd or 4th week of May, probably. Wind is really picking up. That feels pretty good. I know it's probably going to regret the 320 GSM merino wool tank top during this scout specifically. It really came through for me last night, that's for sure. Kind of give and take. Still really good at moisture absorption, wicking away the moisture. It costs a lot though. I invested in a lot of them when I had the opportunity to do so. I'm really, if I could say so myself, I'm really good at budgeting. And I don't have a really big income. I do a really good job at budgeting. Last month I actually, and I still can't believe it, I usually have a goal of a $15 a day average for every month. For food, specifically. So I might get a pizza maybe 2 or 3 times a month and tip good, and the tip will be part of that food. But in April of this year, I was at like at $11.50 a day average for food, and I couldn't believe it because I've never hit that goal before over several years. I did have it at $10 a day for like 3 years, and I just never even get close to it. So like a year or 2 ago, I lifted it to $15 a day as a goal, and I never hit it. I might be at like 18 or 20, or I might get close, but it's never. But just under $11.50 a day on food in 2026 economy, and I'm crushing, man. I'm just crushing. Couldn't believe it, and that's not even really sacrificing it. Like I got a pizza once. I got an expensive pizza once, and then I got a cheaper Little Caesars pizza once during that month. I'm kind of right now I gotta kind of spend money on a pizza actually. I'm kind of too far, doing too good. So I may or may not do that tonight, but I think I'm just gonna be just smoked after this. We'll see though. I got this fire in me, man. It's just just want to just keep going. Sick and tired of it. And that guy that lives above me, that obese tub of guts, man, every time I hear him move a pinky toe, it just gives me this fuel to just start crushing. Try to use that energy properly. There's this guy at work is just a piece of trash. Just this lazy, privileged piece of trash. And he probably knows it. He just won't He won't push himself to the potential he has, and I just hate it. I loathe it. That just gives me fuel to crush. Ooh. Just don't want to stop. Anytime I see someone that's obese, it just gives me fuel to crush. Is this a nut cup? Or, oh, it's like a little shoe for a horse. That's hysterical. It's like a booty. Wow. Man. Kind of want to bring it with me and walk around the horse camp and say, is this yours? Is this yours? It's just that interaction I had with that guy on that horse earlier today is just, if he represents the horse community culture, forget it. I don't wish any of them well. That guy was something about him, man. He had this rude vibe to him. Yeah, so I've been talking in my videos about how I struggle horribly with floaters in my eyes. But I got a fourth opinion from the most qualified doctor, I would say, yet, some ophthalmologist, above and beyond, someone who actually does eye surgeries. And so I go there to the appointment, and everyone in the waiting room is literally twice my age. It was hilarious. So I'm like, oh my God, what am I doing? I'm overreacting, ain't I? And I see this guy. He tells me that it's normal. My eyes look very healthy. I did like a vision test and I just crushed it. And even the nurse was like, yeah, okay, fine. Like she knew that, like, just a hypochondriac. I just can't believe it's normal, like the level of floaters I have, how insane it is that that's actually normal. But he said around my age this can happen, and it just takes time for them to loosen up to become a fluid. He said some other scientific stuff, but he actually said something I've never heard anyone say, that eventually they will go away. And I'm like, what? Even other doctors were like, you got to deal with them. It's just, there's nothing you can do. They're always going to be there. Other people that have them would say that. So I said, hold up, let's just backpedal on that statement. You're telling me something other people have told me the exact opposite. I was real blunt with him. And I said, you're telling me that these things will go away. He said, they will definitely go away. He's like, we can still do surgery and we can still try to pull them out, but it's a high risk. He says they might go away within like 5 years. I said, if you're telling me these things might go away, I welcome them. I'm glad that they're here. Because my biggest worry was that they're just going to keep progressing at the rate they were, and just my whole field of vision was going to be like a muddy swamp. So that just gave me that clean bill of health, it just gave me a new lease on life. I have way more hope now. I was really hoping that I tried to schedule it that way from my last scout here, where I was kind of concerned, and then getting them checked out and coming back here. Even though I was less enthusiastic about this backpack site than I am the other one, whew, just knowing that, and it's really awesome. So I'll probably stop harping on the floaters going forward, thankfully. Amen. So do a retrospective now in the middle of nowhere. Out of these two backpack sites, the Bear Creek Camp and the Crooked Creek Camp, I definitely prefer, without a shadow of a doubt, the Bear Creek Camp. Definitely, hands down, the hiking into it, the hiking out of it, the area around it, much better. the campsite itself. Though that Bear Creek has not a lot of flat ground either, which is really annoying. But it is a better campsite in my opinion. And all that being said, these out of all the out of all the camp backpack sites that I have been to in real life, might be a grouse or a small turkey. All the campsites I have been to in real life in Minnesota State Parks, the backpack sites specifically, these are probably the least desirable ones I've ever encountered. With, in addition to that, the highest effort to get to them. And I was considering that might end up being the case when I was planning and preparing. But this is one of them scouts where I'm really glad. I'm talking about both of them combined at this point. I'm really glad I scouted them before I camped them. Just rolled the dice. I'm very confident this footage will help at least 10 people for each video, so 20 total. So, and in helping those 20 people, maybe they'll do something to help someone else, and it'll kind of be like an exponential thing. And in that sense, we'll go viral in that sense of good positive energy permeating indirectly in various ways, all stemming from the research associated with these scouts. So that's a mission accomplished. These do help you. This has helped you. If it will help you, let me know, please. If you're even seen it up to this point, let me know. It'd be good to know that there's at least a couple people out there that aren't total drones to shorts. Wow, it'd be so refreshing just to know that. Like, I saw it up to here. Like, good. That would take up a lot of your time though. So I got the timestamps in there as a courtesy. But there are some times and some days when you just kind of want a long video and kind of stuck where you're at, and it'll just help you get through whatever you're getting through, whatever you're working on. So got that purpose as well. I appreciate your company. Thank you. The next video I'm going to do after this one is going to be probably the J. Cook backpack sites. So I would highly advise you check those out if you're into backpack camping in Minnesota at state parks and you ain't been to those sites. Whoo, you're gonna want to check that one out. You will want to check that out, because in the time it takes to get to and from one of these sites here, you can get to and from all the sites there, and all of them are better than any of the ones here for backpack camping sites, in my opinion. And at this point I think my opinion goes a long way when it comes to this kind of thing, if I do say so myself. So we only encountered that one person that walked by us. It's kind of crazy. It kind of happened at J. Cook as well, but when I started getting back towards the main swinging bridge area, that's when we started reaching the perimeter, encountering more people. I even saw two of the backpackers that were headed to the sites we just scouted. That was really cool. Even had a quick interaction with both of them, both those backpack groups. One of them was a guy and a girl, and one of them was a guy by himself. The guy and the girl, they went to a site called Lost Lake there, and that night we actually had like a super flower moon, and it was showing. They were at the perfect campsite for that moon for that night. even though it got kind of a sad vibe when I was there, that was hands down, out of all those sites, the best site, probably in the state park, to view that moon. So that guy, man, I'm assuming the guy, he reserved it and he took the girl with him. He probably was the one that kind of knew what he was doing. Just guessing, based on my interaction with him. He crushed it. He crushed it. And if you happen to be watching, good sir, you crushed it. And when I was in my tent that night at walk-in site 68, which is an awesome site in the main campground, and I saw that really bright moon trying to get to me through all the trees, I was thinking about you and how jealous I was that you had that perfect view of that awesome moon, man. So, very good, sir. Well done. But that other guy, he was headed towards what I declared the best of the 4 backpack sites, High Landing. And that's one of the best backpack sites I have ever seen. And I told him that on the way in. He told me which. I said, "You going to this one or this one?" He said, "This one." I said, "That is the best one." And he said, "That's what I've heard." And he had like a really nice camera around his neck. He's probably gonna get some good shots. Hopefully he's not gonna do like a scout where he outclasses me. I'm kind of insecure about that thought. He definitely had a better camera for it. But he had it looked like a big rucksack full of gear. He had one of them stellar, beautiful legend beards, like perfectly groomed. Yeah, so that's going to be an awesome scout video. And then next up, I got a hike at Franz Hevne and then a scout at Zippel Bay. So that'd be on the dock in the future if all goes well. A lot of times the stuff that I say while I'm editing, like a few months later when I'm actually getting to editing this footage, I'll hear what I'm saying and preparing to do, and then I'm extraordinarily fulfilled to find out that it has actually happened, that it did happen. That's been happening recently with a lot of my videos that I'm editing, because I'm behind like 3 months. The stuff I'll call out, and then when I edit the video, I'm just confirming like, wow, I did that, I ended up doing that, that ended up working out, that went good. It's like a personal diary, like an affirmation technique to help me with motivation and strength. I didn't really expect that. That's pretty awesome. Better check the map real quick. This talking's keeping my mind off of drinking a cold beverage also. Yeah, we still got a long ways to go. long way. Matthew Lowry. If we get close enough, I might just end up polishing off the last of the water I got when I feel safe enough. So far I don't feel any headaches coming on or anything. I feel okay. I ate a lot of Starburst last night as a dessert, which I know I shouldn't do. There's a lot of bad chemicals in it. But so I'll eat too many of those and get like a headache from the sugar or whatever, the poison that's in it. I stay pretty healthy for the most part, so I mean, I don't know, I kind of still like to put a little poison in me sometimes, I guess. That sounds pretty stupid. The ones I did last night were, oh, I forget what they're called now, tropical something. They had a special cool name for them. Tropical something. Yeah, these bugs are going to be pretty crazy here towards the end of this month, I could tell. Things get a little wild once the striped deer flies enter the situation. They're more beautiful than your average looking fly though. In the warmer months, I switch my pants from the black to the khaki tan, and that helps with being able to see the shape of insects like ticks on my legs as well, seeing the shape of them. So camo patterns are not a good thing sometimes. That's what I don't like. It's like the best time to wear camo pattern is in the summer, but it's the worst time to wear it because then you can't clearly see insects that are on you that you need to be aware of because they blend in too easily with it. So having solid colors in the summer, not powerful neon colors of course, but just a solid straight color of whatever it is, and you can see the shape, the distinct shape of whatever's on that object, that garment. That's a pro tip. A lot of hunters, they have to kind of conceal themselves from what I've heard, so they have to wear the camo stuff. So I think that's why the permethrin is a big tool for them, in addition to other things as well. But if you gotta lay on the ground and crawl around or do like some stealth military stuff, man, that's the next level. Ticks, just imagine them ticks being all on you and you gotta be silent. I don't even understand that, how that's even possible. Seen a lot of hoof prints around here now. That rest we took at that camp, they actually had that shelter where it was perfect to take off the I got a horse approaching from the rear for my 6 to take off the thermal layer on my pants, but that's okay. And it wouldn't protect me from the ticks, you know. So. Hey, too. Now it's getting warmer out. And I kind of wish I took them off, you know, so I'm not as hot. So we finally saw a horseback rider. Wow. That horse looked like it was wearing them little booties. I tried to see if one of them was missing, but I couldn't really tell. I really never want to ride a horse. I have no experience in it. But if I did, I probably would have asked her if I could have got a ride back. She probably would have said no. It probably would be really awkward because I'd have to probably be behind her and hold her, and it'd be really weird. But yeah, we got a little bit of ways to go, you know. Maybe an ATV will pull up or something. Maybe some creepy redneck that creeps me out more will pull up, and I can show off my courage skills. Kindly ask them for a ride. Whew. Really nice breeze, really nice day. Yesterday was a nice day also. So May is off to a really good start this year. It's kind of showing itself to be like a really slightly cooler June, which I guess is usually the case. Usually it's still kind of a brisk the first couple weeks of May. So I don't plan on de-winterizing my camp gear yet. So after my camp trip next weekend I probably will, because the one after that is a backpack camp, and I want to have less weight going in, even though it's not that far of a hike. Doesn't seem like it is. Although I should probably officially route it in my Avenza map app. I'm just not 100% sure where I'm even going to park, because at that park that I'm going to, Savannah Portage State Park, they're not returning my phone call or answering their phone. And then I got an email from Bemidji State Park saying that Savannah Portage State Park is not going to be staffed this year, which is really weird. So there's two potential places where I would park, and I'm aware of both those locations from previous scouts that I've done there. And I plan to do a scout of that campsite when I get there. So I'm going to go to both of the potential parking spots, look at them, call them out, and then when I'm there decide which one looks best to go with. And then we'll do the hike-in. The hike-in is somewhat similar no matter what, just along the edge of Lake Shumway. Maybe just a 0.2 mile difference between the two. They eventually converge onto the same trail that they would to get to that site. Just looking for ticks. I'm guessing I'm not going to see any, and if I do, it'll be leftovers that I picked up when I meandered off that little trail to see the Crooked Creek. I pictured that site in my mind to be right along a creek. I was really hoping that site wasn't going to be what it was. It's actually a little worse than I was hoping it wouldn't be. Well, now we know. I kind of like the name of it, Crooked Creek. It sounds kind of cool. Bear Creek is definitely better. But just 50 miles from here is Jay Cook State Park. And from what I've heard, you can reserve those backpack sites all year long. All you just got to call them up and see if they'll let you do it, if they're already blocked out for the season or something. All 4 of those sites are awesome. They're easier to get to. Probably even in the snow, they'd be easier to get to than one of these was to get to on a day like this. Less effort. Maybe not, depending on your gear. I did a lot of city hiking before I started doing this stuff, and that really prepared me for this. Did city hiking for about a year. Pretty hard. Okay, yeah, I'm remembering it. Jello. I remember. Blocked this way. My shoulders are getting a little sore for sure. That extra Noka I took was a little over the top probably, but that's just like an insurance policy. Mainly to help with the extra fluid, hydration, more than the nourishment of the protein. So hydration right now for me, that's the big, I can tell that's the bigger issue. My lips are chapping a little bit. Use that Neosporin, that multifunctional, as a lip balm. I got it wrapped up in this towel. The other stuff I got, my EDC, to try to prevent it from clacking in my pocket. That misophonia, so I get really irritated with sounds. But some sounds really they relax me, they're soothing, so there's that too. Most sounds annoy me though. Especially human sounds. Those are the big ones. Human generated sounds specifically. Sounds that are the result of a human making a noise or in some way with their body or by interacting with something like a tool or a floorboard or anything. Interacting too much with a sandwich, which indirectly affects me when they walk on a floor that can't support their weight because they couldn't pay off their mortgage. I'll never understand how a boomer couldn't afford a mortgage. Out of all generations, the boomers should have, every boomer should have been able to sustain a mortgage if they had one. I'll never understand that. Some of them did really well. They got like 3 or 4 houses. I guess not everyone does 100%. But if you couldn't control your financial situation and your mortgage, you figure you can at least control your physical situation, your health, and not be morbidly obese. Well, it's kind of sad. Just saying. Morbid obesity is pretty much in everyone's control. Even if you don't think it is, it is. I quit cigarettes several times in my life, and it's one of the hardest things I quit. And I also quit other things like Big Macs. That was pretty hard to quit. Bacon, that's pretty hard to quit. anything with beef in it, really. Pretty hard to quit. Meatloaf, all them things that, all them recipes that have beef in it, bacon, sausage. No more sausage pizzas. I love those. Quit it. That was hard. I'm not willing to have a pot belly and look like a ball. Not just for myself, but for the others that have to observe me in society. So the sun should set at about 8:20 p.m. today, roughly. So I'll probably be home before the sun sets. If we can get back to the vehicle before 5, which seems pretty practical. Before 4 might not be possible, given how long this is taking. We are making good progress though. This Matt Lowry trail will go a little quicker than the other one we took going in. It's a very plain trail. And horsing into it might not be an option either, because there really isn't no, it's not like a horse camp set up there, you know. But ATVing in, that seems practical. I don't know anything about that though, but we've seen the road the whole way. There was that one trail we took on the way up, which obviously you just take this trail there and back. I just wanted to see what did that route look like. It's a pretty plain hike, that's for sure. Looks pretty sunny ahead. Now I might actually just stop here and just crush that water I got. Just real quick. Ow! Ooh, ow. Not a lot at all. Ooh, short and sweet. Ooh. Pretty good, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
There's another horse coming at you.
Thank you. Ah. Ooh, ow. Ah. Whew. far back that other horse is. Ooh, that's real windy right there. Woo! Ah. There they go. They're coming down to 6. Hey. That was a little creepy. Just call my instinct, but I think that a horse was projecting her energy. It's really weird. She had a weird vibe to her, like a bitter, jaded protester vibe, you know. So it's usually a dog that acts weird around her. Now she's struggling with that horse, it looks like, maybe. Wow, that's weird. That's weird. Maybe she's just having a hard time with it. That is creepy. Horses are powerful creatures. I'm not really much of an animal person, even though I try to be in nature, but I could see a high probability of a horse trying to kick me. I could just see it. Okay. Oh, this is familiar. I said we go straight here. Go straight. We came from here. This is the intersection. We went this way. Now we will go straight. You know, some people, they weigh more than they should, and they kind of subject the horse to their body weight when they weigh the same as like 3 or 4 different people at the same time. Maybe that horse is just protesting. Maybe. I just got a really weird vibe from that interaction, so it's really weird. Didn't sit well with me at all. But it doesn't have to. So here we go. This is the stretch we haven't seen, but this is the route we would take essentially to and from that backpack site, that Crooked Creek Camp backpack / hiking site here at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota, in Pine County. And again, this is the largest state park in Minnesota. There's a lot of horse activity here, a lot of equestrian activity at this state park, especially today. Some kind of event going on, some kind of endurance event going on with the horses. feet are doing okay. They're trying to develop hot spots under the toes, but I'm managing them pretty well. Just keep wiggling them and walking in certain ways. Doing very good. I've never been that close to a horse that's been that disgruntled. A little jarring. So this state park, the main campgrounds are pretty crowded. The walk-in sites are a no-go. That's the worst walk-in sites I've probably ever seen, aside from Kiona Country. You have to walk through other sites literally to get to other sites. Oh, that's insane. And the backpack sites here are not appealing to me personally. So and now I've hiked a lot of this state park at this point, so I might put a bow on coming back here for a little while to this state park. We'll see what happens. You never know. Sometimes the spirit moves and you're like, yeah, I want to try this or check this out. There's really nothing here that I want to scout, other than maybe do an official published scout of all the campgrounds here. Paint Rock, Old Logging Trail, River View, I think, Riverway, whatever they call it here. There's 3 main campgrounds here. I already got a scout of the walk-in sites. I probably won't do a scout of the group or the horse camps here. We got a decent look at them anyways on this one. But yeah, at the right time of year, I might come back and do an official scout of the 3 loops. I kind of do want to do that, actually. But this year, I'm probably done coming here for this year. That was a good go. My first camp trip of 2026 was here. Site 191, I think. Going off of memory. That was my that was my 3rd camp trip here. Every time I've camped here has been kind of in the colder season. This year was kind of in the early spring. The first time I was here was in the late fall. And then the second time I was here was right in winter, and that was one of my coldest camp trips of all time. One of my top 5 coldest, I think. Deep snow. Yeah, I might come back and do a scout of those campgrounds in the future. There's still some hiking here as well at this park that I haven't covered. A lot of it was covered in these scouts. A good chunk of the park. We kind of stretch our arms across the entire park for the most part. So for the backpack sites I've scouted this year, Mille Lacs State Park, Lake Maria State Park, St. Croix State Park, and J. Cook State Park. Those are big ones on my agenda. It's not even, May's just starting, so I'm already knocking it out for my goals. A bigger one is going to be the backpack sites at Itasca State Park. There are some backpack sites at Cascade River State Park, and there's a whole bunch of them at George H. Crosby Manitow State Park. And that's probably going to be the final frontier for me for backpack sites for the most part. Then I pretty much covered all the backpack sites for all the state parks in Minnesota. There might be some I'm missing here. Might be I don't think Temperance River has, those are like state trail backpack sites, I think. I'll check my map. I'll try to see if I can do most of those. I really kind of want to do the Itasca State Park ones this year. All of them if I can. I might not be able to do all of them in one day. I kind of planned already to do half in one day and then the other half in another day, kind of like how I did this one. But that's one of the largest state parks as well. Not as big as this one. And there are more sites that are near each other, so I think they got like 10 backpack sites or something total, and I could do 5 each time. It might be like a 5-hour per, so like an hour per site, from parking to hiking in, hiking out. Maybe 10 to 12 hours total. So I probably would have to do a 2-part on that, 2 different ones. I'd probably want to go during the week, and I'd need to take time off work. That's not something I can do right now. And you're going to want to go in a time of year when people probably won't be there, or they're just closed off for the season so people can't be there. That's a big one, is trying to schedule it in a way that makes sense, that works out for me, but also so that when I get there, there aren't people there already, because that's a bust. It's a bust. You can't force your way in and say, oh, sorry, I planned this. You know, it's too extreme. There are scenarios that I'm prepared for where if I do get to a site and they may have arrived early, and I know that they arrived early and their reservation hasn't started, and they like set up their gear and they left, I might go in there and still look around. I've contemplated doing that, and I might pull that card one day, because in my opinion, if it's not reserved and you're there, you didn't reserve it, it's not your reservation yet, so you were taking a risk by going there early to begin with. So there's scenarios I'm prepared for, but I have to be really certain that's the case. And I'd probably never be like 100%. So it'd still be kind of a risky thing. And it'd probably feel really creepy too, to be honest. Like walking around someone's, I don't know, it depends. But that's part of the challenge. Got the Lake Maria in, I'm really proud of that. Got the J. Cook in, really proud of that. And no one was there. None of the sites, no one was there. All of them in one day. Lake Maria included the camper cabins as well. That was really awesome. I've been wanting to do that for a while. It's kind of one of my early stomping grounds, was Lake Maria. One of my first official hikes was there. Oh wow, we still got a ways. Yeah, it's crazy. We got a little signal here, so we got 61 degrees it looked like. It says rainy conditions expected around 8. There's only 10% on that, but we'll be far from here unless something horrible happens, of course. Once you get into the 60s and the 70s, you're in perfect temperature range basically for this stuff. 60s is probably the best. I used to think 70s, but it's just getting a little hot now, and 60s is really good. Mainly because I'm carrying gear. If you're not moving, you're not carrying gear, then 70s is better. But if you're active, 60s. So we walked a little over 3 miles since we last checked when we were leaving that camp. We're doing pretty good. I'm not really hungry at all or fatigued. I'm just kind of thirsty for water, really. I have to breathe out of my mouth a lot because I can't really breathe out of my nose that easily, so that dehydrates quicker as well, I'm pretty sure. Body camera's going pretty good with the battery. It might start, I guess, beeping in a way. That means the battery's getting low. If it does that, I'm gonna strap on the, I'm gonna plug it into one of my power banks I got on hand in my pack. I got like an energy, like a power station in my pack, 2 power banks and cables attached to it that I can plug in my phone or headlamp or body cam. Even iPod when I bring that. The Bluetooth isn't as reliable on that though. So it's real sketchy and it really bothers me when the music cuts in and out. It's really annoying. But I got a lot of good old playlists on there saved. So sometimes I'll bust those out and listen to those. Whew. A lot of cover right now with the cloudage, so it's not so bad with the sun. That's nice. That'll help with keeping me more hydrated. Gotta keep my mind off that water though, that's for sure. It just makes it worse. So this is what a real life hike would look like, you know. No hype, no cuts, no music, just real life. I don't think really anyone does that ever, so. Everyone's got a low attention span, everyone wants to get the most views. I don't really care about that. It'd be nice to get a little bit more traction, sure, but I'm not gonna do everything I don't want to do, the things that I hate to get that. I'm gonna do what I think's right, you know. It just feels right. It feels good. There's a lot of benefits from it for me. It's a real healthy thing for me to do. And it's very useful information as well, so kind of mutually beneficial for the small handful of people it might help. When you're given the people in the state that actually do backpacking compared to everyone in the state, it kind of is a small group of people, I would presume. Highway 48 is 4.5 miles that way. All Season Trail Center, almost 3 miles that way. All right. All right, so we haven't been here yet because we took the other way around. So this is all new to us. Wind's on my back right now. So, west winds. Let's see here. I'll straight this way for a little bit and then it curves to the right, if it would seem. Let's go. 3 miles till success, achievement, accomplishment, strength, courage, motivation, will, drive, security, joy, happiness, confidence, capability, culpability. All good things. All good things. Whew. Sternum strap for a little bit. The back hang on the shoulders a little. Definitely getting a little cooked, a little smoked. This isn't one of my favorite state parks, but I've been having pretty good experiences here whenever I'm here. These last 2 weeks have been pretty memorable. So this place holds a place in my heart, like every state park. I have a blood pressure of 115/75. So it's a nice, strong, healthy home in that part of my heart where this park will reside. Footprints might be that person we passed earlier. We were headed towards Crooked Creek Camp. Might be their trail prints right there. Footprints. Like beach sand here. I think those are crows that made that sound earlier. Cover is really helping me out right now. The clouds, that breeze. This was a hot summer day, this would be pretty brutal. pause. My legs are kind of burning, my feet are kind of burning a little, you know. Just keep pushing. I usually go like 1 or 2 hours longer than I should for when I should take a break. Just try to stick with a time schedule, you know. I'm kind of at a race against time right now anyways, because I need to get to more water. I'm really glad oh man, am I glad I got that gallon of distilled water in the trunk of my vehicle. It was nice and chilled from the night last night, so it should be nice and cool. Oh man, for me right now, that's the reward right now, just crystal clear water. There's this guy that lives in my building. I catch him trying to social engineer me often, but he's constantly coming into the building with he's holding like a bunch of beers. Like every 2 weeks, I'll go to my vehicle and I'll use my rucksack to ruck in like 12 gallons of water. I'll do like 2 or 3 trips. And I'm really glad I'm that guy that brings in the water and not the beer, to be honest. I'm really proud of that. Especially at the ages that we are at. He might be older than me, I don't know. He might be my age, he might be a little younger. At this point, I'm not sure. I look younger than I am. Aside from the gray facial hair, I look pretty young. There's this one, there's no good way to put this. There's this demon whore that used to work at my job, and she's talking to this other person. She called me a kid. She's like, "Where's the kid at?" And this demon whore was like in her early 20s, and I was like twice her age. You know what I mean? So that's how I know that, like, she should have said, "Where's that old guy?" or "Where's that creepy, weird old guy?" You know what I mean? And she didn't say that. Maybe the distilled water is playing a role in that instead of beer and cigarettes. If we didn't have beer, cigarettes, and Mountain Dew in this world, I guarantee you it'd be a better place. Guarantee it. You just get rid of those 3 things. Period. You probably have to just get rid of alcohol, because if you got rid of beer, everyone would just be a bunch of drunks on hard liquor. Get rid of liquor, get rid of cigarettes, tobacco products essentially, nicotine, and Mountain Dew. I guess if you just get rid of corn syrup, that'd be better. I'm sure there's a good mixture formula for Mountain Dew that doesn't involve corn syrup. That water, I always feel better after I drink it. Never feel weaker. Always stronger. The wind's really picking up and it's getting really cool out. It's really nice now. I'm feeling better about the hike now. The sun is starting to add up over the hours. originally I didn't plan on doing this scout. I was just gonna do the J Cook yesterday and then come home and recover. But this just made sense. I was on the way back from it. I wanted to come back here and finish this off. So I am pushing it a little. That's okay. It's practical and reasonable. Not too far, not too much. Pushing it, but it's still within reason. That's good. I doubt I'll have any blisters on my feet tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be sore, because lately I haven't even been sore the next day after hiking over 10 miles. Even that distance. I'm putting my hands under my shoulder straps and using my hands to push them out a little. That helps take some of the weight load off of my shoulders as well. It's another trick. It's hard to show that while I'm doing it. I guess I could do it with one. Not like this. I'll do this with both hands under here and push out. My arms will just naturally push out without much effort. So I do that on both sides. It's been a while since I had to do that. And the wind's really picking up, but it feels really good though. It's like got a refreshing vibe to it, like drinking water. In that sense, it's kind of reminding me of the water, which isn't good. But it is cooling me off though, which is reducing sweat, which is keeping me more hydrated. Now, this state park is right by Chengwatana State Forest as well. And there's a Snake River campground. And I have a scout video of the campsites there. That's a good one. You should check that out. There's only one site I couldn't get in and look around because it was occupied, but we profiled past it and you get a good sense of it. And I'm pretty sure that's the best site there. Pretty sure. It's right along the Snake River, I think. I think it is. It's a really good spot. So if I ever go back there, I'm gonna definitely try to camp at that spot probably. Pretty close to the vault toilet too. Then I might do an individual scout at just that site. And then link it up reciprocally with the other video. It's in my State Forest Scout Campground playlist. Got a bunch of those. I got a lot of the State Park Campground though. It's almost over 100 just for those. That's crazy. Doesn't seem like I did that much. I'm still feeling it though, so I'll probably do it this year, keep doing it. Hopefully next year. We'll see. This trail's pretty straightforward. Pretty plain, but straightforward. Relatively easy. the ground isn't that even, so there's a little jostling of the ankles and the feet. And it builds up over time. Just trying to see what that is. There's an Avenza map of the Matthew Lowry State Trail as well, so I can actually switch to that map also. Not sure where I'm at here. There we go. It's a pretty big trail. Guess I'm right there on this map. St. Croix State Park one has a little more detail specific to what we're doing, so I'm going to go back to that one. Just trying to stay focused now, calm and relaxed, and keep moving forward at a steady pace. I really want the hike to be over though at this point, honestly. If I had a picnic table and some more water, probably take a 15-minute and be good for another 2-3 hours. But I'm just pushing through right now. Try to get to the end here. We're getting there. I've been in this circumstance many times before over the last few years. Body cam camera should last. 2 weeks ago when I scouted the other backpack site here, it didn't start ticking low battery until I got in my vehicle, and I was so impressed. It was like the perfect timing. I'm thinking something similar will happen here as well. So it might start ticking before we get there. It's possible. This one seems shorter and it seems longer at the same time, which is kind of weird. think those are sparrows flying around me. Alright, so we're almost to that point where we were earlier, the Five Corners intersection. We're closing in on a path that will lead to it. We're not going to go towards Five Corners though, we're going to go around towards this half-mile section here and hit the trail center. And wrap it up. Oh, we're almost there. My trap muscles in my upper shoulder areas are really crying out. But I've learned that those muscles, even though they'll just be yelling at you and crying, they can still do what they're told. It's just irritating to to feel them like yelling at you, like, ah, put the pack down, put the pack down. I'm definitely fatiguing, as you could tell. When I get to the vehicle, the first thing is I'm just gonna hydrate. I'm gonna drink a full container of that water, and I'm gonna fill it up full again and get in the vehicle. And we'll probably take a look at that road over there, though. I don't know if that matters anymore after what we saw. I'll still show it. Why not? Just kind of wrap everything up, put a cherry on top. And who knows, you might be able to make use of that somehow, depending on who you are or what you can do. I don't think that camp there is really worth that effort. Really sandy. First pause. Look like gnats. Maybe flies. Small flies. the floaters I have, it kind of looks like I'm seeing flies around me. In addition to that, it's kind of how extreme they are. I guess they're going away one day. I guess we'll see. Guess as long as they don't get too much worse than where they're already at, I'll be able to manage. If they keep going down the course they have. The doctor said it's okay. Go with that. And I challenge doctors. I don't just accept what I'm told. If it sits well with me, then I'm generally okay. I won't challenge them. Oftentimes doctors, they kind of just want to give you an answer and want you to be okay with it and leave it at that. And I don't have any health care. I don't pay for health care right now. So even if I had health care and I was paying for it all year with every paycheck, I still would have been paying more than what I paid out of pocket to see these doctors, which is less than $500 total. The 2 doctors I had to see. I had to go to one for a referral, even though I know I didn't need it. I just needed to go to the one doctor. So they hustled me in that sense. The system itself hustled me in that sense. That bureaucracy did. Even still, being out of pocket that amount, I would have paid more if I were paying into benefits every paycheck, and then also paying the out of pocket I would have had to pay anyways. So benefits is a hustle sometimes. There are times where you really need it and it would have paid a lot of your medical expenses. I agree. But there are also a lot of times where it's just a big blatant hustle. You gotta look at that side too. Once you start to get really tired like I am right now and fatigued, the antagonizing of the insects really gets more annoying. You just can't let that get to you. Oh man, those plates are so tacky. Oh man. Sure at this point if we were here before. I think we were. Yeah, we were here. Or we couldn't have been, because we went around the other way. I'm getting disoriented. So the map says straight this way. We'll just continue on this way. Oh wait, this will take us to Five Corners intersection. No, we're gonna take that. We're gonna go back to Five Corners and take it right. We're not gonna go around this way. It looks like it might be a little longer anyways. So this would be a shorter route. So trail center to Five Corners intersection to here and straight. Seems like the quickest route from the parking, essentially. Yeah, I'm good with that. Ooh, man, rest pause. A little kind of white insect on me there. I don't know what that is. So I'm pretty tired. My feet are hurting, but they're not blistered. My legs are getting sore, but they're not bad. My upper body's pretty sore. My shoulders are pretty sore. Traps. But I know I can keep going. So if I just don't let the discomfort ramp up in my mind, just keep pressing on. That's kind of the key at this point. I encountered this in my city hikes. What really kept me going was not wanting to go home. I was doing like a work from home thing, and my neighbor's just a tub of guts, demon nightmare, and I just had to keep pushing on. I needed more time away, and I needed to keep pushing on and practicing. Got a really annoying airplane sound over here. That happened last night at Jay Cook, like after 10 p.m. and I was so irritated by that. And I think what happened was some pilot like took some girl up over Jay Cook so he could see the moon from the airplane, the flower moon. Oh, it's a helicopter. It's a chopper. There it is. Kind of interesting. When I was at Lake Vermilion Sudan Underground Mine State Park doing a hike there, and I have a video of this. There's like one of them airplanes that lands on water. It landed right near me, kind of when I was hiking. But it flew overhead when I was hiking, essentially, and I seen it. And it was headed towards the lake. That's kind of neat. And the noise was annoying, but it was kind of neat. So my new place though, there's this morbidly obese fat guy who lives above me, and he's kind of a pig with how he moves around the apartment, so kind of keeping that in my heart as I push on out here. He's probably not there right now. He's probably out eating or drinking at a bar somewhere, wasting his retirement money and stuff other than getting a proper housing for his body. but it's like from my old place, it's like all the annoyances that bothered me there, they were all crammed and stuffed into the skin suit of this obese guy above me, all of them. So now it's just one location that these annoyances are coming from, rather than multiple locations at different times. It's all manifested in this one obese thing above me. He's got like this really big pickup truck too. Like, if you live in a small apartment and you got that size body, why not just have a Corolla? You know what I mean? Why do you got to get a big egotistical pickup truck? It's one of those situations. He's got a big enough ego to get a truck, but he doesn't have a big enough ego to keep his body in shape, even though he has had over 70 years of experience in learning things. It's really weird. There's a possibility you'll actually see this, so clean your life up, buddy. Clean your life up. Clean up your nutrition. Go exercise. All that walking around you do up there, it's your body telling you need to get out. No beer, no alcohol, no soda, no bread, no meat. Go for walks, and after a short year, everything will come together in harmony. You'll be really close to the body weight you should be. Your BMI will be healthier. Your heart rate will be healthier. Because you can't have a massive pot belly and have a healthy heart at the same time. They just don't go together. Most boomers want to live forever anyway, so I don't know why you wouldn't take the initiative to ensure that would be the case. Well, with a gut that size, I know I'm getting a little dark here, but with a gut that size, man, you might have 15 years, maybe 10, 15 years left, maybe, depending. So you probably could do 25, but even still, it's kind of getting short in a day there. But you could probably get another decade, you know. You start now. I wouldn't make a big deal about it if it wasn't to be made with like the ceiling bows. Every step is just this kind of a closet door shake, and it's just insane. It's insane. It's a little catharsis for me there. Help me keep going, keep pushing. I'm getting there. We're almost at 5 corners, and we're only about a half a mile away from there, so almost there. About a mile away. It's not bad. .6 to 12.4, so almost 2 miles since we last checked. What I say, like 13.5 when it's all said and done, and I just predicted about a mile, so we're looking good. Amen. You know, you often hear people say, oh, 10,000 steps a day is the healthy, be healthy. I don't think they meant 10,000 steps a day in your small apartment. Just as a caveat. Especially if you got a really heavy body. I mean, you should go out and do it where there's concrete, Portland cement. Walk on that. It can take the weight. a warehouse floor. I can take the weight. This guy probably make some of the forks on the forklifts at work bow a little. Man, it's insane. I don't know how anyone allowed themselves to get to that state without, you know, implementing some kind of action plan. I was in that predicament. There was a time where I weighed about 193. I was turned into a ball. For my height, that's pretty heavy. Made an action plan, started learning, started working on things, iterative improvements. 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, continued progress. Get better and better, slowly and slowly, better and better. Doesn't happen overnight. It's not like a linear thing either. Sometimes it's up and down, up and down. You gotta stick with it, don't give up. But them Big Macs taste so good, don't they? Them fries taste so good. Beer is so good, isn't it, guys? Oh, the cigarettes, oh, they're so good. Eating out all the time, oh, it's so nice. The amount of weight that I used to have that I lost in 2016, 2017, I was at my highest. 2017, July of 2017, I was like 193 at a height about 5'8.5". And, right now I kind of toggle around 150. I fluctuate in the 150 range, give or take 5 pounds here and there. At one point I was down to like 130, which is too far. But yeah, so 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So I lost almost the amount of weight that I carry in my rucksack with all my gear. And that's insane. That's insane. Here we are, the Five Corners intersection. We're back and I'm really happy to be here. This hike is gonna make me a lot stronger. I'm gonna crush pretty hard next week at work. I hope they're ready. Five Corners intersection. Oh, there's a sign for it. Here it is, Five Corners intersection at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota, which is in Pine County. This is the largest state park in Minnesota at the present date and time. And it's a pretty big one. Alright, let's head on to the trail center, to our destiny, and wrap it up. Oh, of course though, we are going to, after I hydrate, we're going to cut and I'm going to show the footage out of here, and we're going to head over to that road and do a quick analysis of my arm waving the body cam from the vehicle off the road where that private property is and where Crooked Creek Camp would be, through the layer of ticks. Man, dog ticks. That is it is a beautiful / pretty looking tick. It has a really nice design on it. I'm not really much of a tattoo guy, but that might be a cool tattoo, like on the back of the neck or something. A colorful dog tick. Be a good one for like a woman who traps men, you know? Cool wind and the sun being toned down has helped me bounce back a little. I'm really impressed with the move I made to bring that gallon of water in that vehicle though. Man, whew, that is going to pay off dividends. Kind of suck to drive home and not be hydrated with that water. And I wouldn't want to stop and buy some because I'd be paying more for it probably. I could probably just get a gallon at a grocery store. Pretty cheap. Rest pause. Oh, we're almost there though. I hear the horse camp. sounds of the horses is kind of eerie and disheartening. Alright, I think it's this way. Oh wow. 12.8. Alright, yeah, we're almost there. Okay. Alright, so there we go. That's the hike in and the hike back from the Crooked Creek Camp. Backpack / hike-in site at St. Croix State Park here in Hinckley, Minnesota in Pine County. Largest state park in Minnesota. Wow. So as we head through this area, it's probably going to get really busy, so I'm not going to talk much. But when I get towards the vehicle, I'm going to shut it off, and as I said, I'm going to hydrate, get in the vehicle, situate, and then I'll fire it back up as we start heading out. Take one quick look at the road down there by Crooked Creek, and then sign off. Let's take this opportunity now to thank you for joining me. Hope this helped. If it did, let me know. I'll tell you what, it really helped me, because now I know. Me personally, it's not the backpack site for me. All aspects of it, the hike, the setting there, the environment, it's just not for me personally, but it might be something you're interested in. If you have camped there at one of these backpack sites, let me know. Kind of cool to hear your experience, what you think about it, having actually camped at one of these sites. Now the big thing now is kind of hope that the vehicle's there, number one. Number two, hope that there's not a ticket. And number three, they hope there's no vandalization or theft. Vandalization, I'm not sure. Pretty fatigued. .1. Yeah, so by the time we get to the vehicle, it'll be about 13.5. I don't need to use the belt toilet, though I just might have to on my way back. Trail over here, so it looks like they probably want you to maybe enter in over here, because there's no footpath here. We walked across here earlier. They weren't too happy about it. It says keep off grass, but even still I don't see it. I'm glad I didn't park down there. Do not enter, can't cut across here, so I don't know. It was windy here last 2 weeks ago too in this area. So here's your group camp area in here. Basically a big field with sections that say this area, Area 2. Might be Area Z. I'm pretty sure it's 2 though. There's some water there, ooh, that looks good. drain field here. It says do not go over there, so we'll just keep walking. So maybe where that vault toilet is, that's kind of where you come in from the parking area. You walk across here, and then you go straight down towards the trail. That's probably the best route to take. We were kind of meandering when we started, and not really sure where the trailhead began over here. If you're still with me now, you know. The vehicle's there, looks like, unless it's a doppelganger. Just hope that smug guy on the horse didn't lie to me about anything. Got a really bad vibe from him. It looks like a volleyball here, volleyball court, or whatever they call that. Hey. She kind of had like a Roseanne Barr look to her. It's kind of neat. I don't know if they're happy to see other horses or what, they're giving them an enema or what's going on, but that is weird. It's really disheartening sound. I think they're excited though. Gotta make sure I don't have a ticket. This is one of them super pig duty. Yeah, wow. Man. Guy who lives above me probably needs one of these. Makes the one he got look like a little toy car compared to that. Alright. We got through it. Of course, they kind of like llamas and giraffes. Like they're over there eating stuff. You can just feel their personalities too. Some of them, they just keep checking me out, you know, it's kind of neat. Alright, we're going to go ahead and we're going to head out in a second. So this is where I parked. And then we're going to drive out here, try to get those people out the shot for continuity purposes. So, see you in a sec. Alright, so all in all, I got 13.3 miles for the day. You subtract 0.7 from that, so just under 12 miles, so about 12 and a half miles there and back, from the parking area to back to there to back to the parking area. So it was kind of a rough hike. It was a little plain. Yeah, we're going to show the ride out of here, which might be a little redundant if you see the other scout video, but that's okay. Just to tie it all together, do the ride out of here, and then show the that part of the road on 48 where it's right by the Crooked Creek campsite. It was probably like a half mile from there, from that road.
but it does not seem practical at all. So even to drop off gear there and go there from that area, even hiking from the road to that camp from that road, I really don't think that would even be practical. And you saw those ticks that we picked up just going down from that campsite to the creek. That place is, at least right now, it's probably just loaded with ticks. There is no optional park. If we took a left here, there would be no optional parking for Crooked Creek. At least not that I'm aware of. I didn't see any when I went down there last time. So to our left would be the main campground. If we went straight, we'd head towards Bear Creek Camp. We're going to take a right and head to the park entry so we can exit. This is about a 5-mile drive. It's one of the longest drives from the park entrance to the park headquarters at Minnesota State Parks. Might be the longest, actually. Just not 100% on that. I'm really glad we got to polish off taking a look at these backpack sites here today. So I wouldn't have felt complete unless I scouted both of them. You can see there's a lot of horse activity in this state park. There might be a lot of like snowmobile activity in the wintertime as well. There's a trail we were on. There's another part of it here. We weren't on that part today, of course, but we were on that in the previous scout. Kind of crushing a little bit on the road here because there's some hump behind me. I don't want them catching up too quickly. That always makes me irritable. Set up my Garmin. I didn't set that up yet. I'd like to have a secondary navigation technology when I'm traveling. I use my phone as my main navigation and then the Garmin as a secondary. There's oftentimes I have to resort to the secondary, so it's very useful. About 70% there to the park entrance. All right, we're closing in on the park entrance here. A lot of bug guts occurring nowadays. We're going to take a right here. I believe that's heading east on State Highway 48. Exiting St. Croix Park Road here. Just in front of us is Lake Olive. Good old Lake Olive. couple miles ahead here. Might be several miles here. I don't like roads like this with the bump every 4 feet. Really annoying. Kind of sounds like that guy who walks above me in my apartment. Kind of sounds a lot like that. Ironically. That is eerily reminiscent. We got some private property here to our right. We just passed over Wilbur Brook. There's a culvert under the road. Wilbur Brook. It should be state park property to the right now. Just for a little while here. There'll be more private property to the right coming up. Don't hold me to that. I'm just looking at the Avenza Maps app. What it's calling out as private property and state park property. So to our right here is now going to be private property. Just a short little piece. And back to state park property. And I did see the state park signs there. Corroborate. Turn off right here. I don't know what that's all about, but there's no way to drive in there. I wouldn't recommend you park in there. To the right here, I'm not sure what this is. Some kind of light gray. It's not a dark gray, it's a light gray on the map. So I don't think it's state park property. But here's a state park sign to the right, and we are now to the right is state park property again. For a little while. Now we're approaching that area where we're adjacent to the Crooked Creek camp. So it should be private property to the right here. Approaching. There's going to be a dip in the road. So right down in this dip, kind of, as it starts to go back up, that's kind of the area. I'm just going to pull off to the side here. So we're approaching Crooked Creek. I really hate that sound, sorry. So I'm gonna switch cameras here. I need to leave the hazards on even though I hate the sound.
Right here you can see this no trespassing, no camping. So this is private property right here. But we're still on the west side of Crooked Creek right here. We're not over this bridge yet. But this is what you'll see here from this road. Right here on this side of Crooked Creek, so this is the private property. I'm gonna pull straight ahead a little bit and we're gonna go over the bridge and I'll show you that side as well.
Right up here, so just to our right is the Crooked Creek.
Right here. There is the Crooked Creek.
I'm gonna pull up a little more here. There's no vehicles approaching on our 6. Okay, here it is. So right here, just to our, and you can see there's really no parking here or anything, but just to our right, about a half mile, a mile or so, is Crooked Creek Camp. So this is the area you're gonna see here. So yeah, I don't think it's practical. All right, switching back. That's right off of Tamarack River Road, by the way. So yeah. So that's it. That's what it looks like over here. Not too promising, in my opinion. All right, just did a U-turn there. It's a little sketchy with all the traffic here, but this is the area here from this perspective. Tamarack River Road is adjacent there. All right, so that's that. So we're heading out now. So that was a scout of the Crooked Creek Camp, backpack / hiking site at St. Croix State Park in Hinckley, Minnesota, in Pine County. And again, this is the largest state park in Minnesota. And ironically, I just passed, when I did the U-turn, I just passed an adopt a highway sign. And it said the highway, that part of the highway was adopted by Owen Benjamin since 2024. That's kind of interesting if you know who he is. All right, well, thanks for taking a look. I'll fade it out after we pass the park that's coming up on our left-hand side here. Take care.